This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here this Wednesday, this beautiful, beautiful Wednesday. It is pretty down here in the South. I have figured out how to use my computer to export videos, and that's what I'm doing. So it's exporting very, very slowly, but we will have the basically the plea hearing. You know how, okay, in the Michelle Martin's case, Jessica Kelly and Victoria Martin's mother, Michelle Martin's, did not have a trial. They took a plea. Well, when that happens, there's usually a plea hearing with the state's attorney's office. So I am uploading Michelle's plea hearing. Now, there are audios that I made overlays of, but hopefully it will be uploaded by the time we finish the live. It's like on 6%, moving super slow because it's like 3.5 hour video. And that's just the morning session. I'll have that one out today, and then the afternoon session for her is about an hour, and I'll have that one out probably tomorrow. And I'm going to try to be dropping a video every single day as much as I can. Good to see y'all. Thank you for being here. Westside Crime Show, Lori Ann, Indy, Southern Cats, Karen, Pisces, Crystal Burns, One Sunny Day. It's so lovely to see y'all here every single day with us as we go through this crazy ass trial. Cara, good to see you, my love. Thank you so much for being here. Julie Ann, good to see you. Good morning, Kat and Jenny Jen. A1 says day one. Cindy from sunny South Florida. It's so good to see y'all. Thank you all so very much for being here. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. We are going to go through this child. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, beautiful friends. Good morning, speculating family. Thank you so much for being here. I cannot thank you guys enough for sitting with me, talking with me, making me laugh. Hopefully, we share some laughs together as we go through this trial. It's just insane. I wanted to share this with y'all. Now, I know my mouse is going crazy for some reason. I know there's been another person.
Okay, class, listen up. First things first, I'm not here to...
But we're going to continue to share it anyway because that's me. So in case y'all didn't know, I moonlight as a substitute teacher. Sometimes when I'm not streaming, I'm a substitute teacher, and y'all would not believe the little deviants I ran into at school the other day. One of them recorded me as I was talking to the class. I was telling them to be the change because most of their parents are in jail, as you can see behind us on the whiteboard here. And, I was just trying to talk to the class, okay? But somebody recorded me and put it on the internet, so I thought I'd share it with y'all.
Okay, class, listen up. First things...
Hold on. Let me see if it's just me. It's just me. Hold on. Let me get my headphone connected. I'm sure y'all could hear it. I'm going to start it over. It's being crazy. It should be connected. Connected. You try again.
Okay, class, listen up.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me get my crap together this morning. Lord Jesus. Help me, please. Help me, please, Jesus. Okay. I'm going to start that over one more time.
Okay, class, listen up.
What?
First things first, I'm not here to be nobody's role model. Okay, hell, half of you look like future Maury guests, and the other half of you look like you got pending court dates. Right, is everybody here? Okay, let's get started. Now today, class, for math, we're going to be working on some word problems. Let's say I got 12 bush lights, okay? And my no-good neighbor comes over here and steals 9 of them. How many do I got left?
Not enough.
Not enough, right. Now here's another example. If my baby daddy owes me $40 and he only pays me $5 every 2 weeks, how long before I cut his brake lines?
Immediately.
Immediately. Right, boy, y'all on a roll today. Keep talking back, Junior. Right, because when you get to prison later on, that mouth earns you a whole new different type of cellmate. Right. Now today, class, since we're wrapping up our lesson on Thomas Edison, your science project is to come up with something useful for everyday life. Right, I'm going to give you an example. These glasses right here, they're the X Blocker 2000. Right, you put these on when you go out in public and you instantly become somebody else. Right, that way when you run into your ex and his new hoochie mama, he won't even recognize you. Right, did it work? Oh, hell yeah, it's Fish Stick Friday. If any of y'all got a couple dollars I can borrow, I might look the other way when I catch you vaping in the bathroom. Right. Bye, little brats. Some of you might want to go ahead and start practicing your mugshot poses over the weekend. Right, start early, Junior.
That was misdemeanor middle school. All right, y'all. I've got to figure out why my headphones are not wanting to connect. I can go ahead and read this article. I do have some bad news. I hope y'all enjoyed that. I couldn't hear it. I don't know what's going on with my headphones. I got to fix that. But I do have some bad news, unfortunately. Nakaya Pratt was located last night deceased. Julianne said this actually works in some areas to learn math, but not the answers, but the questions. No doubt. No doubt. Stephanie, good to see you, love. I'm so glad you are here this morning. Okay, so Nakaya Pratt was located yesterday evening. Unfortunately, he is deceased. I wanted to share this with y'all before we get started. Give you the update on this. So, father denied bond in court after missing 6-month-old baby's body was located. Antonio Pierce, the father of Nakaya Pratt, faces a false statement charge currently related to his missing son's death. It's going to be slow like this.
We head to heartbreaking news out of Clayton County. After days of searching for a missing 6-month-old boy, officials have confirmed the worst. The body of baby Nakai Pratt has been found. 11 Alive Stephanie Chaynock joins us live from Clayton County Courthouse this morning, where the father of the baby expected to appear in just hours on unrelated charges. More on that in a minute. But Steph, let's talk about the timeline here, because this baby was recovered at the apartment complex where he was first reported missing just 3 days ago.
Yeah, that's right, Dan. And actually, Clayton County Police just getting back to me in the last 30 minutes, telling me that this is still a very active, ongoing investigation. We know that the father of this baby, Antonio Pierce, said he was robbed at gunpoint and that the child was taken by drug dealers on Sunday. Well, we know now last night the 6-month-old's body was recovered towards the front of this apartment complex in Riverdale, where he was first reported missing. That's also where his father lives. This was the scene last night as search crews located the baby's remains after nearly 3 days of searching the wooded areas behind and around the apartment complex. And baby Nakai Pratt was found towards the front, a ways away from where his father's unit sits towards the back of the complex. And neighbors we spoke to were reacting to the discovery last night.
Something happened where there it is. You know, they started putting the tape up, and this is like this face is my apartment. You know, and I walk my dogs over here.
Finally.
Pierce remains a suspect at the center of this investigation after police did say already that they found holes in his story. He is appearing here in court in Clayton County later this morning for unrelated charges. Now, those charges include driving without a license, marijuana possession, and a child restraint violation. And Dan, obviously, this is just very sad news. We know a lot of people all across the community here in Atlanta, Clayton County, were really hoping that the baby would be found alive.
I was hoping the baby would be found alive as well. Now, I missed the first part of that because my headphones decided to be bipolar like me. But I'm noticing from what I did hear that he's not charged with homicide yet. So I'm wondering when that charge is going to come. Pisces said he didn't think Ola would work, so he said drug dealers. Right. Like, what the hell? Stop it. And again, I'm not taking up for nobody that's living on the wrong side of the law, okay? But most drug dealers, like, are not going to be doing things like that. Again, remember yesterday when we talked about the guy who was stealing the woman's car and the baby was in the back and he took the baby in the store and scolded the mama. Like, what are you even doing leaving your baby in the car? Like, if anybody deserves to get their car stolen, it is you, ma'am. Keep an eye on your child. What are you doing? Like, just because people are criminals doesn't mean that they have no morals, believe it or not.
Even Clayton County.
But he is one of those that has none and wants to use the stereotypes to try to make things and people look a certain way, which is never acceptable. It's always them damn drug dealers taking the kids. It's always them damn men saying hola, all of the damn things. Stop it. Stop it. And again, even if you are a drug dealer, like you're already chancing getting a charge for having substances. You're damn sure not going to add to it by taking a baby. Come on now.
Police telling me that yesterday morning that was their hope, but it's just not the case. We also know, Dan, that an autopsy is scheduled for later this week.
That autopsy is going to be revealing, no doubt about it, Seth. A question about where the body was found. It looked like it might have been in a wood line. I mean, how close was this to the physical complex?
Yeah, so what we know is that it was in the wooded area towards the front of the complex, but more specific details have not been released at this time. We're hearing different things, but we are waiting for Clayton County Police to confirm those further details. They did get back to me again, Dan, in the last 30 minutes. They say that they have not provided any statement concerning any new information. They will not be giving a statement at this time because it is active and an ongoing investigation. Once they have information, they will release it and distribute it so everyone has the very latest on the investigation, Dan.
All right, a lot to come in the coming days. Seth, thanks.
I'm curious as to what that autopsy is going to say.
Awesome. Cool. All right, well, thanks.
So the article reads, Clayton County, Georgia, the father of 6-month-old Nakaya Pratt was denied bond in court Wednesday morning following the body of the baby boy being found the night before. Antonio Pierce faces a false statement charge in connection to his missing son's death. A judge explained on Wednesday. Henoch reported that in court, the judge explained Pierce he's accused of providing contradictory statements regarding the missing child and that he admitted to concealing and falsifying material. Pierce also faces unrelated charges that are unrelated to Nakaya's case the night he was first brought into custody. The news came out on Tuesday night from the Clayton County ME's office that the baby boy's body was found following a 3-day search after he was first reported missing on Sunday. Clayton County Police so far are not providing any additional details about the discovery, saying the investigation remains active and ongoing and, quote, once verified information is available for release, it will be provided. Nakaya was reported missing at an apartment complex on Valley Hill Road in Riverdale just before 8:30 a.m. on Sunday, and police say Pierce told officers he was robbed at gunpoint, with the assailants taking valuables along with little Nakaya from a car seat carrier. But police then believed there was holes in the story Pierce told them. Quote, as the investigation into the missing child advanced, detectives became suspicious due to inconsistent testimony along with physical evidence that points to the existence of foul play. Police said on Monday, quote, at this moment, the facts surrounding the disappearance of baby Nakaya Pratt are highly questionable, and Clayton County Police Department detectives have deemed Nakaya Pratt's father to be a suspect in his sudden disappearance. There is the father, Antonio Pierce, and there's that beautiful little baby. I mean, he was so happy, so adorable. He had so much hair on his little head. I cannot. How could you ever look at that and think it anything other than love? It makes me sick. Look at him. He's absolutely precious. Hey, UTD, good to see you. How did they not find the baby when they searched the first time? Great question. I was thinking that myself. You've had canines, drones, cadaver dogs, all of the things out there searching for 3 damn days, and we didn't find them. When we go to Massachusetts, talking about the girl that was found behind the shed of her boyfriend's house, buried. Thank you so much. It was 20 feet from the back of the shed. Like they took dogs out there and didn't find her either. I don't know what's going on or how they're training these dogs. If they're feeding them right before they take them out there, I don't know, but I've got questions. Pierce was first. No. Can I go back? Okay. Pierce was first booked into jail on unrelated marijuana possession charges, driving without a license, and a child restraint violation. Stop it. On Monday. Then later Monday night, Clayton County Police said Pierce was suspected in his baby son's disappearance. An autopsy will be done later this week, according to the medical examiner's office. The final search by authorities was centered around a specific area in the woods near the front of the apartment complex. Lord have mercy. Sorry. My goodness. I mean, right there in the open by that tree, because you know that thing that's blocking it is the location of the baby's body. Right there under them trees like that. I don't understand why it took so long, but right? It's so sad. It's so sad. It really is. I don't even know what to say. Why? I know what questions to ask. Why? What happened? And he hasn't been charged with homicide, but again, that's probably because the medical examiner hasn't done the autopsy yet. When they do, I'm assuming more than likely he'll be charged with homicide. Makes me sick. It really does. There's so many people out here that can't even have babies and have to use IVF. And then we got these people out here committing the homicide of their children or getting pregnant through a damn bit in jail. And with that, let's get started on day 5 of Daisy Link's trial. Yeah, my computer is running slow, but I'm also trying to export a video that's 3.5 hours long. So if it's interfering with the feed or anything, or us watching the stream, if it's like glitchy or anything like that, please let me know so I can stop the export of the video and make it do it tonight while I sleep or something to that effect. That way, I don't want it to be glitchy or messing up for y'all at all. Miss King, if anything, good to see you. We were just talking about Nakiah Pratt, who was found deceased, unfortunately. And now we're going to the trial of Daisy Link, who had the HVAC baby. UTD said is another one with child abuse charges on his record. Is there? Or are you asking me? I haven't looked up his records, and I don't know about getting records out of Georgia. I think I can. I think because I got Leilani Simon records, so I think that they released to people outside of the state. Cara said, "Shit pisses me off with that so damn much. I can't have kids and would love to be a mother. I would have given everything to these babies. These sperm and egg donors are legit getting rid of them." Right. And I'm so sorry that you have to deal with that, Cara, but it's absolutely true. Like, you guys are having babies left and right and killing them and all of the thing, like, it's bullshit. I don't y'all, I believe in God, and I'm not I don't understand why that happens. I don't understand why God does that. Like, you'll give a baby to people who because God knows everything our whole entire life, right? So he'll give babies to somebody that he knows is going to kill the baby. But then you won't give babies to somebody would take care of the baby and love the baby and care for the baby. Why does that happen? Like, I'll never understand. They don't deserve those babies at all, Julianne. He don't deserve him. He never deserved him. My God, he was so adorable. So sad. I hope he's held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. All right, when I came in clicked on the trial today, it starts just right here and they appear to be arguing about something. So I don't know what's going on. The jury is not there yet. The defense attorney and the prosecution appear to be discussing something with the judge. So we'll see what it is.
From him, I should say.
All right, so a given time, it sounds like Mr. Perez is just not cooperating, but it's not your fault and it's not Mr. Tomas's fault. That's the way that I see it. Okay. And because we had planned for trial to conclude this week, we may be a day ahead of schedule. Today would be the day for the defense to finish putting on the witnesses per the schedule. What about the minor witness?
The minor was deposed yesterday. So and he's here.
All right, so
Pedro Jr. was deposed yesterday.
If he doesn't, I will be.
So
She must have just got on there.
So the minor was distraught this morning, and I had a conversation with him, and he indicated to me that he didn't want to talk anymore. And I told him if that's what he wants to do, I'll respect that. But I think he's come around to it. My intent, based on everything, is to call Ms. Link first, deal with that, and then I'll cross that bridge later and see how he's doing later.
we have left off with issues of his age, his tender age. We went over some of the statutes. The statutes don't indicate one way or the other that was a cutoff, even though most jurisdictions
They're arguing about jurisdictions now.
that 12 years of age.
So Indy said, God doesn't do this. We have self-will. I don't know why sweet people like Cara cannot have children. That's so unfair. But I don't think God chooses to do this, just my opinion. And yes, ma'am, and I get, like, we do have self-will, and at the end of the day, it's our choice. So then what is it, though? Like, if God knows everything that we're going to do our whole entire life before we're even born, is it that he puts us here knowing that these things are going to happen to see if we will choose the right or the wrong way? Like, is it to see what our choice would be because we have self-will, if that makes any sense? Like, but that would imply that he doesn't know what's going to happen, and he does. I get confused about, I think it's called Catholicism. I get confused about certain things. And then you got to think about, we have the King James version of the Bible, but that's King James version. I want the Jewish version of the Bible, like the original. I want the original Bible that was written in the original language. And then I'd have to learn the language so I could understand what it says with all the books, the book of Enoch, the book of all of the books that were taken out, because all these versions that we have nowadays are people's versions. And then during the King James period, it was written in a way because women were supposed to be more submissive to men. Women were less valuable in society than men were. So the Bible was written that way to portray it that way. Like, did the original Bible portray women that way? In the original language, did somebody misinterpret it? I have so many questions. Edith, good to see you, love. Supposedly he already knows what choice we're going to make, right? Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? Julianne said, I don't believe in God, and things like this are why. I get it. Absolutely. Committing the homicide of a baby, born, breathing baby is not an option. No. Yes, ma'am, exactly.
Boom, 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 bam.
Cara said, I tell myself that I'm meant to be an aunt. Something tells me that at some point down the line, one of my nieces or nephews are going to need me for something down the road. And that could be God telling you that. You know what I mean? So maybe that's why. Maybe God, because God already knows, and the fact that you feel that in your heart, then that could be God telling you that. The original Bible was written in Greek, so I'd have to learn Greek and then read it in the original context so that I'm not chancing somebody misinterpreting a passage of the Bible. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? But I don't have time to learn Greek. I need to make the time, though. Inside or outside the womb is still homicide. Yeah, I am pro-life, but I don't disrespect people who are pro-choice. You know what I mean? And even the Bible does, I don't know. I'd have to find that. I don't believe in predestination. I don't believe God created bad people or evil people. I think he created people and people make the decisions on bad choices. I get that. It just seems that if he knows everything, then he would know. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. I don't believe, but I respect others and whatever they believe. And that's where I'm at with it. I'm Catholic. We have the Old Testament in our Bible, which is the Jewish. Being Catholic, I've never heard that God knows everything we are going to do. Really? That's interesting. See, I'm Southern Baptist. I've been raised Southern Baptist, and that's something that we're told. So, see, even with that, like, you get different interpretations of the Bible because Catholic is still Christianity, right? So, we should have basically the same Bible, the Old Testament, New Testament, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, you know, worries my mother to death, but I don't believe, but I can't help it. I can't make Oh, no, you can't make yourself believe in it. And if you don't, maybe you will one day, but right now it's not your time. That's completely personal choice. Again, I'm very different. I raise my children. We talk about all religions. Like if my child came to me and said they wanted to be Buddhist, I would say, okay, that's fine as long as you know what you're doing and you study the religion, you know. Now, I don't know about, satanic. I mean, I guess if that's the path you want to go down, I'm going to love you regardless. But if you're out here sacrificing animals, we're going to have a little talk. Keep in mind, the Bible was written over a long period of time and was written by men and by several different people. In my opinion, thou shalt not kill just about covers all of that. Yep. You don't have to believe to be a good person. Exactly. The original Jewish book was in Hebrew and some Aramaic. Mm-hmm. I'm not religious because of the way I was raised in a cult. Oh, Miss King, I'm sorry to hear that. I know what yeah, some of them, oof, scary. All right, let me play this. I'm sorry you went through that.
Having said that, I left it up to you all to meet him, talk to him, and see if there's anything else that I have to inquire from. For example, whether or not he needed to testify to a closed circuit, things of that nature. At this stage, you don't know if you're going to go on.
I don't know for sure as a stand.
I will be putting him on as a rebuttal witness. I think during his deposition yesterday, he said a number of different things that lead me to believe that he has been coached, which also lead me to a greater point of these witnesses actively watching, being involved in, and coordinating their testimonies. I also listed this morning Crystal Barreto, who was previously listed as a state witness, but I did list her as a rebuttal witness, and I intend to put her on as we discussed yesterday.
Hey, Chow, Lisa.
Sure. He said during his deposition yesterday that the pistol whipping incident happened the day before the death of his father. He said that he has spoken to his mom, I think he said 3 times about the case. Right. But he speaks to his grandmother at least once a week. He's Josephina Perez. Yes. No, about the case.
So they're talking about Pedro Jr.'s testimony being influenced by the grandmother. Kelly, yeah, I don't think, yeah, if you don't believe in God, then I would think by proxy you wouldn't believe in Satan either. I don't think that would make you a Satan worshiper. I was just talking about like with the kids. I don't really care what religion they want to be. They need to do whatever they feel moved by. But if they came in and told me they were satanic, I would be, a little concerned. Like, I would say probably okay if that's the path you want to choose. I hope that you learn, I hope it's just like a speed bump in the road of life for you. But if you want to look into that and study it, I just ask that you know what you're getting into before you get into any religion. But if they were out here like sacrificing my chickens, then we're going to have a big problem. You know what I mean? But I think that everybody should choose the religion that moves them, that they feel works for them, or no religion at all. And yeah, just if you don't believe in God, you by proxy normally would not believe in Satan either. In Exodus, it says that the woman's life is of higher value than the baby, and that causing a miscarriage by violence is punishable, is one interpretation. And Chow was saying that children are a gift from the Lord, they are a reward from Him. And then Psalms chapter 127, verse 3 says abortion is homicide. No other belief system has as much evidence backing it as the Bible. And that's why I believe the Bible. We talk about where they go on archaeological digs and like show you these places. We do that with church and stuff on Sundays, and it's pretty interesting. And it may not have been written down by man, but it was inspired by God. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16 and 17. My mother is Jewish. My father is Catholic. We were pretty much raised to believe whatever we feel is right, but they just want us to be a good person overall. And I think that's the best way that you should be. You know what I mean? If you just look up the Apocrypha, I have that book, Apocrypha book list. It tells you the original text left out of the original Jewish text, and then there are more left out of the newer versions of the King James version. I have the Book of Enoch, and I have the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I have another book too that's like the Apocrypha or whatever. It has all the books that were left out. Dang it! I did that thing again. All right, let me play this.
They speak at least once a week about the case. The reason that he is here today in court to testify is to get.
Hold on, y'all. It did that thing where it like makes two whole entire like web page things for my freaking, like it'll take my tabs at the top and it'll make it a whole nother big huge like I've got two internets up, and it irritates the crap out of me. Okay, they're on lunch break. We're gonna back it up to about where I think we were at. Okay. They're on lunch right now. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Sorry about that. I'm going to stop talking and we'll get into the trial. Let me stop running my mouth. Peaches McClure, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Let's hear day. Let's hear day. Let me see what y'all are saying before we get back to it. I believe in a higher power, call it God or whatever, but I have taught my daughters many religions, and to take from all of them, believe me, my priest doesn't agree with me. I think that's the best way to be, Indy, though, because, I mean, they might feel a certain way about a certain thing, and to make them feel like they can't come to you and tell you, hey, I align more with the Buddhism or the Catholic or Protestant or Baptist or Mormon or, whatever, it would make them feel isolated and like they can't come to you and tell you anything. And that's when there's trouble. So I'd rather you tell me that you are, studying Wicca than, feel like you can't talk to me. I've actually read some of the original stone tablets that aren't in the Bible. That is so cool, Peaches. You read the Bible 3 times? See, I'm bad. I've never even read it all the way through once. And I need to do that. There's a lot that's been left out. I find them very interesting. They are. I've read the Book of Enoch, but I haven't read the entire Bible from front to back. I've read most of the Old Testament and some of the New Testament. I like Psalms and Proverbs the most out of what I've read so far. Peaches said the Bible is imperfect. It was translated by man. Right. And that's why I was like, I want to see the original before it got translated so I know what I'm reading.
He has spoken to his mom, I think he said 3 times about the case.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
He speaks to his grandmother at least once a week.
Which grandmother?
Josephina Perez.
Don't they live together?
Yes. No, about the case.
Okay.
They speak at least once a week about the case. The reason that he is here today in court to testify is to get his mother out of jail. Additionally, what he said was that he would, when he is speaking to his grandmother about the case, he forgets things and gets things wrong, especially about the day before the pistol whipping incident. And I asked him, does your grandmother correct you? And he said, yes, she tells me what actually happened. And I asked.
That's not good. So the little boy says that he's there to testify today to get his mother out of jail. And when he doesn't remember something correctly or the way his grandmother wants him to remember it, basically she corrects him, which is not good if we're trying to get a deposition and a testimony from a child that is telling the truth and is not being influenced by the adults around him, which is not his fault at all.
Was she there? And he said no. So she corrects you even though, and tells you what actually happened, even though she wasn't there, which again goes directly to the credibility of these witnesses.
I don't see how you can move on to credibility of witnesses by putting on a witness to essentially impeach other witnesses.
So just to rebut their credibility, which is why I'm also putting on Crystal Barreto to have her testify about how she was posting on Facebook. I'm also going to have Mr. Perez come in again and testify to what he testified to. But no, it all comes together. It goes to the credibility of these witnesses and rebuts their direct credibility, saying, I didn't say these things, I didn't do these things. When a witness is being coached what to say, directly contradicts and directly attacks the credibility of other witnesses and rebuts what.
She's getting upset because they're talking about her son. Chow, thank you so much for the super chat. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Chow said, salvation is found in no one else, for there is no other name under heaven given to mankind by which we must be saved, which is Acts verse 4, chapter 12, only Jesus. Sorry, but if you love someone, you tell them the truth. And I get that, and I respect that, and I appreciate that, and I love you for telling us that, and thank you for spreading the word. That was very sweet of you. And like I said, I'm Christian and we have church every Sunday. So I do tell them the word. They know the word. They know that we believe salvation is through Jesus, but I try to be very open, right? Because in my life, I at one point was Wiccan. At one point, I did the tarot cards and played with Ouija boards and a bunch of things, okay? And I ended up seeing things that scared me real bad. So if I had not done those things, I would not be brought to God in a way that I know for me, God is 100% there and that Jesus died for my sins. I know that because I've seen some things, but in order to see those things, I had to do other things first that were not very Christian, if that makes any sense. Um so in their life, if they kind of go through the same thing, I would rather them find it out that way instead of saying, telling me and trying to believe in something that they don't know truly if they believe in, if that makes sense to you. But thank you so much for the super chat and thank you for sharing that with us. I'm currently trying to reform and reconnect with God myself. If you would have asked me a week ago, no way, no how, but a lot of things have been put into perspective for me in the past few days. I don't know what's going on, but I hope everything gets better for you, sweetheart. Um, if it is bad. And that's kind of, I mean, that again kind of backs up kind of what I was saying. Like like in order to believe something, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes you have to go through some things and maybe go down the wrong road for you to believe more wholeheartedly, if that makes sense. And if that's what needs to happen, if that's God's plan, then I'm going to let it play out. I think you can still be Christian and spiritual. It's called spiritual discernment, and it is a gift from God. But it does pose a lot of dangers. I agree. I'm going with God. I made a big mess on my own, right? I'm an atheist. I'm respectful of all religions. I choose myself not to believe in anything. And I'm glad that we can talk about that open here and be respectful to each other. Hey, Becky, sending greetings to all. No, I'm here while working. Well, thank you for being here while you're working, love, and I hope you're having a good day. Yep, you have a relationship with God, and at the end of the day, that's what's important. Having a relationship with God or your higher power or what you believe in. If you need to go down a different road to get to the ending of God, then that's God's plan in my eyes. But that's just how I believe.
They have to say.
You trailed up at the end. You have to repeat that again. You want PJ to testify to prove Josephina is lying?
Not to prove.
Okay, to rebut that Josephina is lying.
So, yes,
Hey,
to
Peloas.
rebut that what they are saying is true and to attack their credibility, which I am allowed to do on rebuttal.
You have to be more specific. When you say they already put on what, 2 or 3 defense witnesses?
3.
Okay. So you have to be more specific. PJ will testify.
He will testify that he speaks to his grandma about this case at least once a week, that when he's speaking about the case to her, she actively is telling him what to say. That when he forgets things, she is the one, despite not being there, to correct him and say, no, this is what actually
So
happened.
you envision that coming out if Mr. Tomas puts him on in his case?
I do. And that's why I would call him as a rebuttal if PJ isn't called in the defense case.
One thing at a time. Mr. Tomas, do you agree that if you put on PJ, that they're allowed to bring out through cross-examination, the coaching line of questioning?
Certainly.
Okay.
And if I don't put him on, the only reason I would not put him on is because he's asking me not to put him on because he's distraught and I don't want to traumatize him. Because prior to 10 minutes ago.
Exactly. Yes, Chow. Exactly.
He wasn't thrilled about it, but he was willing to do this. Now, if I make that decision not to put him on, for that reason, I would vigorously oppose the state dragging him in here and traumatizing him further because of the condition he's in. We're not there yet. I'm just putting that on your radar.
Hey, Ms. North.
Judge, has been my position this entire time that I don't think this it should testify. I think we're going to traumatize him regardless, but it's very important for a jury to hear about witness coaching. And that's why I'm also going to be calling Crystal again as a witness to testify that she had been outside yesterday on her phone, which she denied being on her YouTube, that she was posting on her Facebook clips, videos, live streams, commentary from YouTube.
It's good to see you, Paloas and Miss North.
That they have been changing their testimony as they watch it, which is important, and that's why PJ needs to testify.
You keep saying Crystal posting, you keep saying they keep changing their testimony.
The defense witnesses.
Must be more specific.
Each and every defense witness.
Okay. Listen, you want to put out a web case, you proffer to me, I'll take you as your word, as an officer of the court. I guess we'll just deal with it one step at a time. Now on to Ms. Link, she's going to testify.
That's fine.
All right, Ms. Link, I've had this case for 3 years. The way you've been in court this last week doesn't concern me at all that you're not understanding what's going on, that you're not understanding me, your answers have been coherent. I don't think Mr. Tomas has had a problem understanding you either. Is that correct?
That's good.
Have you had a hard time understanding him or conferring with him? Not at all. So you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to testify. That's your personal right. Lawyers can give advice one way or the other. They can give advice based on their experience.
Edith, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I wanted to get into the live stream. That went to Mayla's mom. Mayla's mom, if you're here, you were just gifted by Edith. Please tell Edith thank you. Thank you so much, Edith. That was so very sweet and special and supportive of you. And I greatly appreciate that so very much. I will grab the haunted train to pick Mayla's mom up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you, Edith. Thank you so much, my love. He's like, I've been listening to her for an eternity. Chow, you're fine, sweetheart. I appreciate you sharing. And I respect everybody's opinions. Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you guys for allowing us to have that chat without it becoming a big huge war. I greatly appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing and so respectful and so sweet and kind to each other. We're so blessed to have such a great group of people. UTD said the defense attorney looks like Mr. Bean. He does, doesn't he? I won't unsee it now. Sharing your faith is a good thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. I agree. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Indy. Thank you so much. Indy sent a super chat and says, thank you for being here. Great mods too. Thank you, Indy, for being here. You guys make it great, and you guys give us a reason to hang out every day and talk about these things. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. You guys are so sweet and amazing. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you. Edith gifted a membership again, and that went to Rachel with the sunflower on the end of her name and the butterfly profile picture. Rachel, if you are here, please tell Edith thank you. Thank you so much, Edith. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you, Speculating Family, for all being here and being so sweet and supportive. You guys are amazing. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Rachel, if you are here and you are aware that Edith gifted you a membership, please tell Edith thank you. Thank you so very much, Edith. And I will grab the haunted train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Now I'm going to tell y'all, if you look at this video, there seems to be like Halloween treats on the table or something. I would love to know who's going to eat that because there's a skeleton and a ghost. So what's it there for? Is it moldy? Is it fresh? Is it good? I don't know. Look. I don't know. Heather Ann, good to see you. I love it over here. Everyone is super nice, and I only hope your page continues to grow and be super successful. Thank you, love, and thank you for being here. You guys are amazing, and you guys are what makes it great, not me. I could talk all day. I'd be talking to myself without the lovely speculating family. So thank you all so very much. Julianne said, I spent years in church being told that people who love the same sex were wrong, evil, etc. God made me do this. So, like, why are you telling me that what he made is wrong? It made me feel like their God was not for me. And that's a hot topic item. My personal belief is that I don't know that necessarily God said that was wrong. Okay, we see that in the King James version, and at that time period in history, they were trying to have control over the population. I mean, you had a king who was trying to basically keep control over the town, the state, the country, the community, whatever you want to call it. I'm not well versed in it, but I feel like he put that in there to keep people from doing that. Now, I know that it says like zebras with zebras, something I don't know the verse specifically. Zebras with zebras and, tigers with tigers, lions with lions. But again, I'm with you. Like if God thought that it was wrong, then why would he make you love that person? I mean, free will, yes, but I think it was more of the king wanted to keep control over the community and they wanted to encourage procreation. But I also don't want to offend anybody because I know people have a lot of different views on that. Dandy, good to see you, love. We need to be able to disagree respectfully. This channel is an example of that. Thank you. That was so sweet of you. Thank you. I'm glad that you guys feel that way here because that's what's most important to me. That we all feel like that we can say things and disagree and we're respected. Indy said, let's all say a prayer and happy thoughts for Tom on his trip. I hope he is enjoying driving down there and I hope he has the best fishing trip ever. I hope he catches all the fish and has the best time. I was thinking about him when we came in chat and I didn't see him. I was like, oh yeah, he's on his trip. UTD said, is those candy pumpkins my mom used to get every year when I was 4? One of my littles loves those. Like she'll see them at the store and want them. And I'm like, you really want those candy corn pumpkins? And she's like, yeah, I love them. I'm like, Lord of mercy. Brenda, good to see you. And Abellis, my love, good to see you. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I said happy Thanksgiving to you on Monday, but I wanted to make sure to say it again when I saw you. Thank you, my loves, for being here. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
But at the end of the day, it's an independent decision by defendant to testify. Am I making sense so far? Yes. All right, so Mr. Tomas is telling me that you want to testify, is that correct? Yes. Have you had enough time to speak to him? Okay. And you understand that whatever advice he gives, it's advice based on his experience, but he can't make any guarantees, you understand?
Me too,
And he
Cara.
may advise one way or the other, for or against testifying. You can absorb that advice.
Right, Mrs. North.
But whatever conclusion you come to must be your own conclusion, you understand? So are you telling me that your conclusion to testify is your own conclusion? Correct. You've seen him and others cross-examine witnesses, you'd be subject to the same cross-examination, do you understand? Same rules also regarding not speaking over each other. I ask witnesses not to go on tangents and just answer the questions that are asked, do you understand? She's not a convicted felon, right?
No, but she has several withholds.
Okay, so there's no impeachment regarding felony convictions?
Correct.
But if you testify, you become a witness, just like the other witnesses, and the rules of evidence and the jury instructions allows the jury to take into consideration and weigh your testimony just like any other witness. Do you understand? Yes. Okay. Do you have any questions for me? No. Okay. I don't know.
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, I want to be very careful, but again, we should probably move on from that discussion. I'm glad that those people were brought back to the church, but I mean, at the end of the day, my thought process aligns with Julianne. Like, I don't care what's down your pants, it's your heart. That's what's important to me. And who you love, if it makes you happy, then it makes you happy. If God didn't want it to be that way, or if later down the line you feel like you're not that way, then it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I think God loves everybody regardless. And if it's wrong, then they're going to have to deal with that with God. I got to account for me, they account for them. And I don't believe that it's wrong personally because I think God loves everybody. But, none of us will know until we meet him. Jesus' time only law is to love one another, period. I don't have a denomination. I put my faith in the finished work of Jesus, and it's what he did that saves me, not whatever I can do. My works are the fruit of my salvation, not the root of it. I love that. I love that, Chow.
Bop, boom, 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 bop, bam.
Yeah. Oh, they're not attempting to change them. Yeah, some churches are open to that, and I'm glad that as a society we've accepted that more than they used to. That's what I mean by like going back to the time period. I think when it was written in the King James version that God did not accept people that loved people that were the same sex. It was more to keep control of the country and the people and the community and make people procreate. Nowadays, I think that it's more accepted and that God loves everybody, regardless of who you love. If he didn't, then he wouldn't make you feel that way, in my opinion. Crystal Burns, good to see you, love.
Pre-trial filings regarding the possibility of opening the door on any past incidents of violence.
So I was actually going to bring that up, Your Honor. I don't mean to interject. I was going to bring it up because I think that the defendant needs to be given limited instructions and actually told how to answer the question. The reason I say that is because in her statement, she talks about victims' arrests as well as her own arrests. I think that the limiting instruction should be, and this is why I had my detectives testify the way they did based off the court's prior rulings, is
I'm going to speed this up because they're talking, but it could be important.
Domestic violence against you? The answer is yes. And they can talk about the pistol whipping incident that Your Honor already granted and is allowing in. The follow-up question or question I will ask is, have you also committed acts of domestic violence? And the answer is yes.
It is, no, isn't it, Dandy?
I think that opens the door to me playing the statement in which she says that she hit Pedro with a frying pan. I can meet the part that she said she was.
Exactly, Chow. And that this is the last thing I'll say on it. And Chow said, I've been a lot of different things in the past, including a Satanist. And that's my point with it all, with like the kids, like I said, I used to be Wiccan. I didn't do the dark arts, okay, but I had seances in graveyards. I played with Ouija boards. I read tarot cards. I was actually really good at it. Um, and the things that I saw while doing that is what brought me to God. So I feel like if my child is saying that they're, feeling a different way or wanting to follow a different path, then that path, I hope at the end will lead to God. And if I had not experienced those things, then I would go with, my grandmother from a very young age took me to church, and like I'm Southern Baptist. So if I had not gone down those paths, would I today be like, oh, I believe in God, but never have had like a spiritual experience? So like you say you believe in God and maybe think you do, but do you really deep down inside with every fiber of your being like I do today, if that makes sense? Sorry, Ashton. Yes, let me get back to it.
for the last time that she was arrested. I don't anticipate
Good to see you.
Ms. Lane saying that she hasn't, but I think that that limiting
Yes.
instruction should be what is the questions and what is the answers.
Do you agree?
If she's asked the question, have you committed acts of domestic violence against Pedro, and she says yes, that's proper, but that's as far as it goes.
Okay, do you understand? Yes. Okay, so, in order to.
She's gonna take the stand.
Uncharged crimes are generally not allowed unless the defendant opens the door or goes to some other evidence during the trial. But we agreed that the jury can know that there were acts of domestic violence going both ways. What the state is saying is if you deny that on the witness stand, that's the only question they're gonna ask. It comes up, was there domestic violence, you against Pedro, Pedro against you, it might be two questions, that's gonna agree, that's gonna agree upon, does that make sense? Yes. If you answer differently, it may open the door for the state to bring in other acts of violence by you onto Pedro, does that make sense? Yes. And remember too, your state of mind the day of the shooting is relevant. So I've already allowed in, based on the way that you gave your statement to the police, as well as the closeness, the proximity of the pistol whipping incident that was 5 days before, that comes into evidence. But otherwise, there isn't anything relevant right now before me that allows anything that Pedro may have done to you regarding acts of violence prior to that pistol whipping incident. Do you understand? Yes, Judge. Now there was some discussion from your mother about some things Pedro said and some things she witnessed, but again, those were within that 5-day period between the pistol whipping and the shooting, so I allowed it in. But it's not a free-for-all for what the state would probably argue is a character assassination on the part of the victim. Does that make sense as well? Because at some point, the jury can't be so distracted by outside evidence that they lose focus on the crime at hand, which is murder charge. And the rules of evidence allow me to limit it because other evidence can't become the feature of the case. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. All right. Anything else I need to go through?
I don't think so.
So it's an intelligent mode.
Yes.
Understanding of her
Definitely.
Miranda rights, she was breaking silence, and she's choosing to testify in court.
Yes.
Okay, so she'll be the first witness you call,
Yes, ma'am.
and then after that, we'll talk about the minor.
I mean, I have to imagine she won't be done until well after lunch, so, yeah, we've got a few hours to.
So that would give us to at least an hour or so.
And Judge, I want to correct something I said earlier, backing up to the minor. He also testified that his father did live at the house. He was on the road a lot, but when he would come back, he lived at the house. So that would also be very important on the rebuttal as well.
I don't think that was exactly his testimony. There's more to it than that, but I understand they're gonna try to make it sound that way.
I have a recording of it because we took the deposition after 4 o'clock yesterday. I think we started around 5 o'clock yesterday. The court reporter was not able to get a rush transcript. I'm hoping to have it at some point today, but he did say that his father lived there.
Okay, fair enough. We'll just take it one issue at a time. All right, let me go off record, and then we'll come back in a few minutes. And we have to told me that we have the jury here.
All right, I think they're about to take a break. Yep. Skip it ahead. Oh, yep, Daisy's on the stand. Here we go. Drum roll, please.
Yes, Judge, at this time, I would call Daisy Lynn to the stand.
The next one is 41.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about you will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please have a seat, please.
I gotta go grab my coffee and my snack. My snack. Here.
Please don't speak over each other. Mr. Tomas will go first, the state will go second, and then he'll go third. If you don't understand the question, let me know. The lawyer can always be asked it. If you hear the word objection, please pause, and I'll tell you if we're going to continue answering or if we're going to move on to another question, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
I'm Daisy Lee.
So Daisy, you were in a relationship with Pedro Jimenez, correct?
Correct.
You all were together for a long time, correct?
Yeah.
You had how many kids together?
2.
What are their names?
Pedro and Mia.
How old are Pedro and Mia right now?
Right now, Mia is 9 and Pedro is 11.
Back in June of 2022, how old were Pedro and Mia?
Mia was 5 and Pedro was 7. He was about to be 8 2 months later.
What's his birthday?
August 7th.
All right, so I want to focus on what happened 5 days prior to the shooting first. But before I do, 5 days prior to the shooting, when you were injured, what was the status of your relationship with Pedro Jimenez Sr.?
We were off and on, but for the most part, at that moment, we were just in a sense of a nonchalant relationship with each other. Like, we weren't together, but he would come as he wanted to for the kids.
Did he live with you?
No.
So where did he live?
He lived at his mom's house. He had started staying there for about 2 months prior. He started going there a lot when he came home from being over the road.
Do you happen to know the address of his mother's house?
956 Northwest 4th Terrace, Florida City, 33034.
Okay. Judge, if I could
Hey, little
approach
bit.
the witness.
Yes, and both sides can have freestanding permission to approach the witnesses.
So Daisy, I'm going to show you what's been marked as in evidence as defense exhibit A. Can you tell me what that is?
That's one of his licenses.
One of Pedro's licenses?
Yes,
And what's the address on that license?
956 Northwest 4th Terrace.
Is that his mother's house
Yes,
where he lived?
yes,
You said one of his licenses. There's more than one license?
yes.
Okay, I don't know if you can see, but a different page of the same exhibit, there are 2 licenses on there, correct?
Correct.
Are both of them Pedro Jimenez's licenses?
Yes,
Do they appear to have the same address on them?
yes,
Do both of those licenses have the address of his mother's house as his residence?
yes.
Now, the place where you lived back in 2022, your residence, did you own or rent or lease in that location?
He rented.
Did you have a lease,
Yes,
a written lease?
yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as, okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as, well, actually, Judge, at this time, by stipulation of the parties, I will move defense, what's been listed as A5 and A6 in judgments.
Go ahead, Corporal Market.
A5 is now defense D, A6 is E.
Thanks. So I'm showing you exhibit E. Tell me what that is.
This is the lease that I had for the house.
Now, what period of time does that lease cover?
This is from March of 2021, so that's basically for the following year.
It's a 1-year lease?
Yeah, into 2022.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you exhibit D. Tell me what that is.
This was the new lease,
Beginning when?
This is for the new year, so this is for 2022.
2022 to 2023?
Correct.
So does that lease cover the period of time that fell on June of 2022?
Yes, it's from March of 22 to March of 23.
Is Pedro on that lease?
No.
Now, that lease is a little bit different in form from the other exhibit that I just showed you, correct?
Correct.
Do you know why that is?
A new owner had bought it, so they had to redraft another contract.
So just so we're clear, Exhibit E is a lease which covers the period March 1st, 2021 through March 1st of 2022. At that time, a different person owned that property, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, that property was sold, and the lease, which covers 2022 to 2023, was prepared by a different person who was the new owner. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was Pedro on that lease?
No, he wasn't.
Only you were on the lease, correct?
Correct.
And the lease stated that your children also lived with you, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, because you lived at the property where you lived in 2022, you had lived there for some time, correct?
Correct.
Around how many years had you lived there?
Roughly, I'm gonna say about 4 going on 5 years.
Earlier on, in previous leases, was Pedro on those leases?
Yes.
So there was a time where you all lived together.
Yes.
But at a certain point, he was removed from the lease.
Yes.
Hey, lovely.
And as you just stated, in 2022, June of 2022, that was not Pedro's residence anymore, correct?
No, correct.
At some point, did you change the locks to that residence?
Yes, I had to.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Hey, Abraham.
He
Good to see
began
you.
to break into the house.
Okay. So you changed the locks, I presume he didn't have a key.
No.
All right, so I wanna ask you about 5 days before Pedro died. What happened that day?
How would you want me to start from the beginning?
I guess let's start from the beginning of the day. Start from the beginning of the day. What's going on? What are your plans for that day?
I remember I picked him up.
Pick who up?
I picked up Pedro.
All right, where did you pick him up and around what time, if you remember?
I picked him up at his mom's house. I know he was supposed to be going back to work, driving within the next day. So I picked him up from his mother's house so he could see the kids around 1:30, 2 o'clock, between that window.
Hey, Anders.
Right,
Everybody,
you picked him
good
up?
to see you.
So he came to your house?
I brought him to the house mainly to speak to my mom. She was really upset with him.
No, wait, hold on a second. I'm not talking about the day he died. I'm talking about 5 days before.
Okay.
Were you mixed up there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm talking about the pistol whipping day.
That day.
So let's start over.
Okay.
The 5 days before he dies, the day you got hit in the head.
Okay.
Tell me, how does that day start?
I remember I went to go, he was at somebody's house, and he had took my dogs from the day before.
Well, I don't want to, I guess let me put it this way. At some point, are you home and do you have guests in your house?
Okay, so yeah.
Okay, around what time was that?
This is roughly, I'm gonna say maybe around 9 or 10. It wasn't too late, and it was late in the evening.
9 or 10 p.m.?
Yeah.
All right, who did you have at your house?
It was me, my cousin David, and 3 of his kids. They were playing with Papa and Mia.
When you say Papa, is that Pedro Jr.?
That's Pedro.
All right, so just so we're clear, at your home on this day, at night, you're there, your cousin David Perez is there, your 2 kids are there, and David Perez's 3 kids are there. Is that correct?
That is.
So there's 7 people in the home, 5 children, 2 adults?
Yes.
Anybody else?
No, that's
All
it.
right. Was there any special reason for this visit, or just to get together, or what?
It was just hanging out for the kids to play.
At some point, did somebody else come to your house?
Pedro.
All right, so Pedro were you expecting Pedro to come over?
I wasn't.
All right, so he comes over and what happens?
Well, initially me and David were sitting in the kitchen and we were just drinking a couple beers and we were laughing, having a good time. I know the kids were all in the living room and they were playing Fortnite. And I just hear a loud bang, like kind of like how, like the police will knock on the door. So I opened it and he was there. He never met my cousin, so he didn't know. So.
Hold on, sustain. So he's gonna ask another question.
Mm-hmm.
Did Pedro know David? Did Pedro know your cousin David? Had you never met him before?
No, he didn't.
All right. So Pedro arrives. Does he see, as far as you know, does he see David there?
When I opened the door, he seen me and David.
And what happened when he sees that?
There was just a glare from me to David, back to me, and from there, he pulled out a gun.
Pulled out a gun?
Yeah.
Pedro pulled out a gun, and what did he do after he pulled out the gun?
Initially, he charged at me with the gun, and he hit me once with it, but me and David began to wrestle the gun off of him.
Were you able to take the gun from him?
I did.
I did. When you took it from him, what happened?
From there, I pointed it at him, and I guess our fingers were kind of intertwined. Because if not, I probably would have taken it. He ended up getting it back from me.
Pedro got the gun back?
Yeah.
What if anything did Pedro do once he got the gun back from you?
He pointed it at me, so I ran towards the front door, and I heard a bullet. Well, I heard it dislodge.
So when she looked at the judge, you could see that hair that she's got like hanging down over the right side of her face. It appears she's trying to cover that tattoo up, but failing miserably. But again, I wanted to point out also that the way she's talking right now, really low, really concise, really like, as innocent as she possibly can, even listening to her family speak and her family getting in trouble for looking at the news meet, like we know this is not how she is in real life. And she is just it is really staged.
So he fired the gun at you?
He fired it at me. I'm not sure where he fired it at, whether it was through the door or through, I'm not sure. But I did hear it go off. So I ran out the door and I fell because the house is elevated. There's steps to go up. So I fell and I hit the ground. And from there.
So I just want to clarify, did you run out one of the doors?
Yes,
to
the
the
front
outside?
door. It started from the back of the house. And from the back of the house is the kitchen. And then there's the living room. And then there's the front door. So
did you trip and fall outside the house or inside the house?
I fell outside.
What happened after you fell?
From there, he jumped over the ledge.
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Pedro.
Okay, he jumped over.
He jumped over the ledge and he pinned my arms down with his legs. And he began to bludgeon me with the pistol, with the metal end of the pistol.
Okay.
And I remember David shouting at him. I remember just getting hit over and over again. And I tried to fight, but he was just too big for me. And after that, I just hear my son screaming. And that's when it stopped and he ran off.
So your son screamed at his dad.
Yeah,
And then it stopped and Pedro ran off.
yeah.
Did you see him again that day?
No,
All right.
You know she
All right,
remembers.
so
Exactly, Julie.
he runs off. What do you do at that point?
me and David attempted to take the kids and go to a hotel in case he decided to come back again. As we left, I had forgot my phone. So I turned back around. I was still right around the corner. But there were already police cars that were on the way. So apparently somebody must have called the police.
Okay. So the police arrived and you, I guess you had to speak with them and they were there to see you, right? Because somebody had called the police because of what happened to you.
Correct.
Right. Once you're done with the police, however long that took, it took a few hours, I would imagine, right?
It did.
Okay. Once you're done with the police, did you reach out to any other members of your family to let them know what was going on?
No, I just stayed there with David.
Okay. I mean, at some point, did you reach out to your sister, for example?
Yeah, later that night.
Or did you send her pictures?
Yeah, after we took them because I guess I must have been in so much shock that I didn't realize I was covered in blood. I didn't realize they were there.
And just to be clear, showing you fence exhibit C and B, are these the pictures you sent to your sister?
I sent a few more. I had more than one gash on my head.
You sent her a bunch of pictures, but these are two of the pictures that you sent to your
Yes.
sister.
Hey, Scratch. Trying to sound intelligent.
Does your sister come to you? You get together with her?
Yeah, Crystal came the next day after I had woke up.
After you woke up?
Yeah, I passed out.
Okay. Tell me about that. When was it that you passed out? Around what time? For how long?
I stayed up roughly till I'm gonna say about 5, maybe 6 in the morning, give or take. And David stayed with me because he was worried that if I fell asleep prior to that sooner, that I could have a concussion. So I stayed up as long as I could, and then I passed out.
Do you know around how long you were out for?
I woke up maybe around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, but I only woke up because my son was screaming. He thought I was dead.
Okay. So you wake up and then what? Did you get together with Crystal at that point?
From there, Crystal comes to the house, and when she sees my head, she begins to basically go get frantic. She wanted me to go to the hospital, and at first I was rebuttaling it, that I'll be fine.
Hey, Angelina.
But from what she says, it looked pretty bad, that she could see my skull on multiple spots.
Right. So did you go to the hospital
Okay,
at that
Stephanie.
point?
I went.
All right, so, and Crystal, she stayed with your kids so that you can do this, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, so you go to the hospital. After you're done with the hospital, at some point, do you have contact with Pedro again?
Yeah. Yes.
When is this initial contact? Is it like, what, 2 days or a day and a half after after he pistol whipped you, or more than
Like
that?
physical, like in person, this was about, I'm gonna say, the next day, and that was to try to get the dogs back.
Okay. What, if anything, did Pedro tell you when you saw him?
The first time he wasn't giving them up, so I didn't.
Well, I don't want to talk about the dogs. I'm specifically,
Okay.
what, if anything, is he telling you in reference to what he just did to you a couple of days before?
So 2 days later, he wanted to talk to me. He was telling me in the messages and stuff how much he loved me and how sorry he was, that he just wanted to come home to be with me because he missed me and he seen me there with some random guy. But that he loved me and he was sorry.
So, first off, why did you agree to be in the same place with the person who had just done that to you?
He was already sober. Like, I wasn't scared of him when he was sober. It was when he was a monster on drugs that I was scared. When he was on drugs, he was a monster.
When he pistol whipped you, as far as you know, was he on drugs?
Yeah. Yes, he was.
When you spoke to him after that, a couple days after that, and you said that he apologized to you, he did, as far as you know, he was not on drugs, is that correct?
At that point in time, no, because his parents didn't allow that in their house. So when he would go over there, basically, he was clean.
Notice the tear. Anders said, do the prosecutors always decide the charges and the jury could either convict or not convict? I think it's the police the prosecutor would decide what she's charged with, and then they can either convict her on that or not. If they want to convict her of a lesser charge, the judge would have to specifically say that they could do that when she gives the jury instructions. Lovely Bone, she's crying because she's remembering, Pedro allegedly when he was a better person, but when he was on substances, he was not a good person. But as someone who has done substances before and been addicted to substances, there's not ever really a time that you're not on substances if you're on substances. Like if you're doing the cocaine, unless I mean most of the time if you're addicted, you're going to be on it every day. Like I don't understand that personally.
And can you tell us or explain to us why you wouldn't have just called the police as soon as he did that to you?
I couldn't. That's one, he would have gotten deported. Two, he wasn't allowed to be with the kids at all by himself, or when his mom wasn't around. I would have gotten the kids taken away. And that's the father of my kids. It's not like I didn't love him. I did.
Quickly. Yeah, it says in the context of criminal charges, the decision to charge a person is typically made by a prosecutor. The prosecutor reviews the evidence gathered by law enforcement and decides whether there is sufficient basis to proceed with prosecution. In some cases, particularly for serious felonies, the decision may also involve a grand jury, which is an impartial group of citizens that votes on whether there is enough evidence to charge the victim with a crime. And usually that happens. It'll go for indictment and they would decide, but the prosecutor is the one that charged her with murder in the second degree. And if they say, okay, I don't think she committed homicide in the second degree, but I think she committed manslaughter. Okay. In order for the jury to charge her with manslaughter, with it not being on the original indictment, the judge would have to specifically say, if you feel like she did not commit homicide in the second degree, you can charge her with manslaughter, from my understanding. Bethina, good to see you, love. Miss North said exactly, an upper charge people's personality in evil ways when they are far in their addiction. Yep. An upper will change a person's demeanor in really bad ways. Yep.
I understand. All right, so he says he's sorry. Did you accept and believe his apology?
I did.
And were you guys okay at that point?
Exactly, Scratch.
At that point, I took him back home with me.
Okay. Now, when you say you took him back home, what does that mean? Does that mean
I let him
we're
come back.
family again, or does that mean something else?
No,
What does it mean?
that just means that I forgave him.
So you took him back home, and did he stay with you that night?
That night,
Abraham.
I picked the kids up from Crystal's house again, and he stayed at the house and he slept with Pedro, or Pedro Jr.
Did Pedro and your daughter, did they have a room together?
Yeah,
Okay. What do they have? Do they have bunk beds?
yeah,
So he stayed in the room with the bunk beds?
yeah, and Mia slept with me.
Okay. Okay, so I'm guessing Pedro slept on the bottom bunk and Pedro Jr. slept on the top bunk.
Well, unless he got a top, but no, yeah.
But Pedro's a big guy, right? So he's better
Yeah,
off on the bottom bunk.
he's pretty big.
Okay, so that was that night. What about the next night? What if any interaction is going on with you and Pedro the following day?
The next day, I remember he took me out to eat with the kids. He took me to Dave and Buster's. He bought me a new ring, this really nice Indian face ring, because he knew I love those gold Indian face rings. And we had a good time with each other.
All right, and that night, did
Mustang.
he
Good to
stay
see
at
you.
your residence?
He did.
Okay. Did he sleep with you, or did he sleep in the bunk beds?
He slept with the kids, but I had sex with him, if that's what you're asking. He slept with me, but didn't sleep with me.
Okay. So you were intimate with him at some point, but he didn't sleep with you through the night? He
No,
stayed-
no.
All right. And during these 2 days where you're spending these 2 days with him, as far as you know, was he using any drugs, getting intoxicated, anything like that?
No.
So I want to fast forward to June 24th. I want to start at the beginning. Was Pedro come to your house, or did he stay at your house from the night before?
And that day,
This is just so we're clear. This is the day leading up to the early morning hours where he died. Okay.
no, that day, I believe I picked him up from his mom's house because he was working with his semi over there. He had to wash his clothes and get all his stuff ready because the next day he was leaving.
Okay, so he was staying at his mom's house. The address is on his license.
Correct.
You went to go pick him up over there, I guess, early in the day?
Around like 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, around there.
All right. You pick him up and you go where?
I took him to my house.
To your house. Was there anybody else at your house at that time when you got there?
My mom.
Your mom?
Yes.
Your mom had come down from Texas, right?
Yes.
Why did your mom come down from Texas? You can ask.
She wanted one to get him arrested, which I would not allow. So after the fact, we agreed to go back together
To Texas?
to Texas.
Okay. And the plan was for you to
Hey, Drippy.
finally leave to Texas when?
He was supposed to leave Sunday.
When you say he was supposed to leave, are you talking about Pedro?
Pedro was supposed to leave on Sunday. So
Let me stop you, I'm sorry. You say he was supposed to leave. Are you saying that he was gonna leave in his truck to go work?
yes,
So he's gonna go on a road trip for work?
he leaves out of town, and I wouldn't see him.
Oh, thank you,
for
Drippy. Glad you're here.
sometimes 2 months at a time. So he was getting ready to leave for work. He was interstate truck driver. And I brought him over to, well, I'm sorry.
All right, so the plan was, once he's gone on the road trip, that's when you're gonna move and,
That's when we were gonna move. We were just waiting for him to leave so he wouldn't know.
okay. All right, so you said that you picked him up at his mother's house, you brought him over, your mom was at your house, your kids were at your house, right?
Yes.
At some point, does he leave?
Yeah, I'm gonna say around maybe anywhere from like 45 minutes, an hour later.
Okay, how is it that he leaves?
A white van came, and I know Kevin was in there with Kevin Bonilla.
Yeah.
And a couple of his friends were with them, and they came and they picked him up.
So Kevin Bonilla and a couple of Pedro's friends drove over there, and he left with them in their white van, is what you're saying?
Yes, before he left, he told me later to pick him up.
Pedro told you to pick him up?
Yeah, because he didn't have his car. I know a tree fell on his car at the base that he works at in Orlando. So he currently didn't have his own car.
Did Pedro have a phone at that point?
No, he didn't.
Okay. So he told you to pick him up. Did he tell you when to pick him up?
He just told me later. So for me, I knew later usually would have been, if he were to have called me from anybody else's phone, it probably would have been about 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm not picking him up at 3 or 4 in the morning. So I went like around maybe 10 or 11 o'clock.
Okay, so you went to pick him up and you brought him back?
Yeah.
While you were driving back home after picking him up at Kevin's house,
Well, he did have a phone though, but he disconnected it. I just wanted to, so that way,
Pedro disconnected his phone.
he disconnected the phone and he ordered another one, and it hadn't came yet because he threw the phone in the yard, somebody's yard, the night of the bludgeoning. So
after he pistol whipped you, he tossed his phone?
So if the police wouldn't they wouldn't trace it.
Okay. So you pick him up, you're on your way back home, it's around, 10 o'clock at night, more or less?
More or less.
Right. On the car ride back, what, if anything, is going on?
Initially, we were supposed to take him back to his mom's house. But once we get to the store, he asked me to take him to get some beer. So I took him. Once he got it, I realized that the keys, we didn't have them. So
Keys to what?
the keys to his mom's house.
Okay, so Pedro left the keys to his mom's house in your house?
Yeah, it was right next to the front door on top of the china cabinet.
Right, so just to be clear, when you went to pick him up at Kevin's house, your plan was to take Pedro to his mother's house?
Yes.
Your plan wasn't to bring him back initially?
No, not initially, no.
All right. But at some point, you realize you don't have his keys and he needs his keys, right?
Correct.
Or his parents out of town or something?
His dad was the only one that lived there. His mom left his dad for a period of time.
Okay. Okay. All right, so you went back to your house so that he can get his keys, right?
Yes.
And what happens?
When I told him, basically that that the keys are at the house, he said, well, just go back anyways. He wanted to see the kids, tell them goodbye, because he had to leave in the morning. So I took him and he got out. And he began to talk to my mom once we got there. And I don't know how or where the conversation just went from, it took a whole 180 turn. And I just remember by the time I got my stuff out of the car, the kids' bags and stuff from earlier, I just hear him going off with my mom saying how I was a whore and how he knows that I was fucking this boy, this other guy.
Okay. At some point, does he leave?
After he choked me the first time, yeah.
Okay, what happened with that? How did that come about, him choking?
I kept denying it, so he began to get angry. And from there, the first time he grabbed me by my throat and my mom threatened to call the police. So he let go and then he ran to the back of the alley, where the alley was.
So he ran away after choking you and after your mom told him that she was going to call the police, right?
Correct.
For my next question, Judge, I would ask that what's marked as Defense Exhibit A4 for identification be admitted as a self-authenticated order that we discussed before.
No objection, subject to.
Defense A4 marked ID now becomes defense, number F.
F, right?
Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge.
So Daisy, I'm showing you what's in evidence as Defense Exhibit F. This is an order that addresses Pedro's parental rights. I want to direct you to one moment. I want to direct you to the second page where it says visitation for Pedro Jimenez with the child, Pedro Jimenez and Jimenez shall be as follows. The mother may supervise FaceTime calls at her discretion. The father shall have supervised visits at a minimum.
Hey, Kate.
Is there a question?
Yes, if I can finish. Father shall have supervised visits at a minimum of one time per month, supervised by the paternal grandmother. Who is the paternal grandmother?
Pedro's mom.
Pedro's mom. So Pedro was allowed to have one visit per month. Pedro was allowed to have one visit per month with his children as long as it was supervised by Pedro's mother, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2022, where did Pedro's mother live?
She moved to Georgia. She separated with her husband because he was abusive.
Would she frequently come back to Florida from Georgia, as far as you know?
No.
All right. So, Pedro chokes you. Your mother tells him, I'm going to call the police. He leaves. Does he come back at some point?
He kept coming back. talking, I guess, to my mother. She was hysterical. And then I would talk.
Did it appear to you, based on knowing him, that he was under the influence of anything?
Oh, he was. When I picked him up from Kevin's house, I walked in on him buying 6 bags of cocaine.
Okay. So he wasn't the sober person that you had dealt with a couple of days before, right?
No.
Right. So when he comes back after your mother initially threatened to call the police, what happens when he came back?
The first time he began he was hysterical, telling me how I betrayed him, how he gave me everything. I threw 9 years down the drain, and he again tried to, as I denied it again. Clearly he had his facts in order, he knew, but I wasn't.
Hold on. Remember when your objection was paused?
That's mine.
Okay, so overruled, you can continue.
Clearly he knew, but I just wasn't at that stage yet to admit, that I had moved on. So at that point, because I kept denying it, he got angry again, and I had pulled the gun out on him.
Hold on. You're going on a little too long.
Okay.
So the objection is sustained, we're gonna have Tomas ask you another question.
So he's upset because he suspects that you're with another man or seeing another man, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that he was very agitated?
Yes.
Okay. So he kept pressing the issue, and then what, if anything, does he do at this moment?
At that point, he grabbed me again, and this time I had the gun in close range.
What'd you do?
I pointed it at him.
And what'd you say?
To leave.
Did he?
He ran.
He ran away?
He ran away.
At some point after that, does he come back?
Yes.
All right. What happens when he comes back? This third time now he's coming back, right? All right. What happens this third time that he comes back?
It's the same thing. Basically, the same thing, just hysterical, crying, basically saying I ruined their entire family, whatnot.
Let's all try to speak up. So there's an objection. It's a little
Sorry. And then as he began to draw closer, at this point, I'm already scared. I can see that he's using, I can see that he's been using all day. From what happened a couple days before, my head is still healing. I'm beginning to be scared now.
Sustained narrative. Mr. Tomas is gonna ask another question.
Okay.
So you're still recovering from your wounds, right?
Yes.
How are your wounds feeling, and what state are they in at that point that it's been a few days?
I mean, they're dry, but they're very open still.
Do they still hurt?
Yes.
All right, so you're feeling that, right? He's already left a couple of times, and now he's coming back. Is his demeanor escalating?
It is.
Okay, so now this time, again, when he's come back, what happens?
The last time?
Well, I want to go in order. So this is the third time. I'm not, how many times did you leave and come back?
Well, I went to go look for my purse.
Why'd you go look for your purse?
He took it out of the car with my phone and everything inside of it. But he kept going to the alley. And he didn't have it with him when he came back the second time. So I assumed he has it hidden somewhere, maybe right there by the end of the alley.
All right, so at what point is it that you realize or notice that your purse is missing?
At this point now, this is like maybe 11, well, this is 12, around 12. This is right before my mom had left.
All right, was there anything in your purse that you needed?
Well, my phone, my credit cards. I know I had the keys still on me. And aside from that, no, just the phone, the credit cards, and I had some jewelry in there, so.
Okay, so you've got your keys on your person, right?
Yeah.
But your purse contained your credit cards and importantly, your cell phone.
Yes.
And your purse was missing.
Yes.
All right, so I think you said you went to the alley to look for it?
I went to the alley. I had already not seen him come back for roughly, I'm gonna say about 20 minutes, so I assume maybe he left.
Okay.
So I put the gun on top of the china cabinet and I walked to the alley to look around the palm trees, see if it was probably there. And as soon as I got around the area, he ran up from behind one of the bushes and grabbed me by my throat and threw me on the floor.
Okay, and when he threw you on the floor, what did you do?
He could see my mom, like, just screaming, saying the same thing again, that's it, I'm gonna call the police. And he just took off again.
Took off again. All right, so this happens, takes off again, your mom is still there. Does he come back again while your mom is still there?
No, that's the last time.
Okay, so when he comes back later, your mom's already gone, right?
At that point, she left because I wouldn't let her call the police. So she just said she was tired of it. So she left. She called my sister to pick her up.
All right, so she got picked up and she left around, as best you can recall, around what time was it that your mom left?
I'm gonna say about, it could be possible from anywhere around 1:30, maybe 2.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Okay, so your mom leaves, so you're left there and your kids are there too, correct?
Yes, I had them inside of my room. They were locked in.
Okay. Were they, I mean, this is already late. Are they sleeping as far as you know?
Yeah, the babies are asleep.
Okay. All right, so tell me about when you, actually, before I get to that point, do you recall a video that we saw a couple of days ago where Pedro is running across the screen and then you come out and you open the car door and then you yell at him?
Yes.
What was happening in that video?
That was after the first time when he grabbed me by my throat, and no, the second time when he grabbed me by my throat and I pulled the gun out on him. That's why he ran.
Okay. And do you remember, because in the video we can hear you yelling, but it's hard to make out what you're saying. Do you recall what you were saying in that instance?
I was yelling at him to leave, to stop coming back.
Okay. All right, so I want to get to the point where he comes back the final time. Tell me about that. How did that happen?
He had already not came back for a little, for a little while. I went outside to smoke a cigarette on the back porch. And I had the gun with me. And he came again. And he began telling me again how I was sleeping with this other guy. That the guy was a friend, was his friend's boyfriend. And I just got tired of lying to him. So I told him.
You told him you were sleeping with somebody else?
I did.
Okay. What happened when you did that?
I told him I was sorry. And he charged at me. He called me a fucking whore. He said that he gave me everything. I gave you everything.
we need to keep our voices up when we object. So there's an objection, overruled, we continue answering.
He said, "You fucking bitch, I gave you everything. I gave you fucking everything." And then from there, he charged at me. He grabbed me by my hair. He threw me to the floor.
Now, when he threw you to the floor and grabbed you by your hair, did, you still had those wounds, right?
Yeah, I could already feel right then and there that they ripped open.
Okay. He
So
threw you to the floor.
he threw me to the floor.
After he throws you to the floor, what do you do?
I grabbed the gun from the slab.
Okay, and what did you do once you got the gun?
I pointed at him and I told him, leave already.
Did he?
No, he told me that he didn't give a fuck.
They're objecting to hearsay.
You didn't hear, when someone said, here's the
I never
objection.
did.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
it's all right. There's an objection, overruled, and continue.
He told me that he was gonna lock me out of the house and that I was gonna sleep outside. When I began to walk towards him and I said, "No, you're not. You're gonna leave." He said, "I don't give a fuck, bitch. I'm ready to die. You could kill me." And he began to run towards the house.
And what did you do when you see him running towards the house to lock you out?
I took the shot.
Were you aiming to hit him?
I initially aimed towards the floor as I lifted up the gun. I didn't expect for it to hit him. I just thought the sound was gonna scare him off this time for good.
So immediately before you pulled the trigger, he was going towards your door and he was gonna barricade himself inside the home, as far as you know, right?
He was.
All right. As soon as you fired that shot, did he abandon that intention and run off in a different direction?
He changed course, yes.
Okay, and he took off, right?
He began to run in a different direction, yes.
As he was running away after you fired the shot, did he appear injured? Did he appear like he was shot or hurt or?
Not at all. I didn't. That's why I didn't think he was hit at all.
Okay. I mean, did he say anything after you shot, like "ow" or "you shot me" or anything like that?
I heard like, it was very faintly, but it was like, ah. So as a couple seconds began to pass by, now I'm a little scared. Did he get hit? I don't know. That's where I began to walk towards the front of the house.
Okay, what did you do with the gun at that point?
I still had it in my hand.
Okay, at some point, did you put it somewhere?
After I circled around the house entirely, I threw it inside of the tree right in front of my door.
Right in front of your front door?
Yes.
Okay. So you hid it somewhere where you would have access to it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, at some point, do you find Pedro?
At some point I did after I heard the wailing, yes.
Okay, so he was wailing and that's how you were able to locate where he was? Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so you go to him and what do you see and what do you do?
I see him laying there as I get out of the car and I run up to him and I begin to ask him, where is it at? I begin to ask him, where is it at? He couldn't tell me. He was disoriented. From there, I start to look for where it is that he was hit. I start to look for the phone.
When you say the phone, your phone?
Yes.
Because at this point, you still don't have your phone.
Yes.
All right. So before we get back to Pedro, at some point, did you find your phone?
I found the phone. It was roughly about 2 feet away from his body.
It was laying next to his body?
It was laying next to his body, like maybe he had it in his hand or he was trying to use it.
Okay.
But he collapsed.
And did you call anybody when you found the phone?
I called 911.
All right. At some point, did you try to render aid to him in some way?
At that point, I was just on autopilot. I began stripping his shirt off, ripping it off, lifting up his leg, tying a tourniquet around his leg. And then I even tried as much as to lift him up, but one of his legs, he couldn't stand on it at all. He couldn't move.
Was that the leg that was shot, or was it the other leg?
It was the other leg.
It was the other leg.
Yes.
So the other leg, so what, he's got a bullet hole in one leg, but the other leg, that's the one that he couldn't move.
Yes.
Did you know why he couldn't move it?
No, and when I would ask him what happened as far as to the leg, he couldn't tell me. He couldn't, nothing at all.
Okay. All right, so we saw the footage earlier in the trial when the police get there and what happened after that. Now we know that you didn't tell them, you weren't completely candid with them at first with the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to us why you didn't just tell them everything from the get-go and why it took a little while before you could get to that?
They would have taken my kids.
Why do you say they would have taken your kids?
He wasn't supposed to be around, the house at all. His mom was supposed to supervise them. He wasn't allowed to be there at all.
So you were afraid that because you were, if I'm correct, you're saying that you were concerned that because you were giving Pedro more visits than he was entitled to under that order, that they might penalize you. They might penalize you and possibly take away your kids, and that was a concern for you, correct?
Yeah.
All right. At some point, you were handcuffed while you were still at your house or in the area of your house, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened? When did that happen, or how did that happen?
Well, I kept asking the officers the entire night. I was asking the officers the entire night whether they had resuscitated him or not. So I was pretty hysterical because they wouldn't tell me. They said I had to wait for the investigator to arrive for me to know anything as far as what's going on with him. In the process, I was calling hospitals to see where he was at, admitted. Finally, the investigator arrived, and as I walked up to him, I asked
Objection, hearsay.
if he was still alive, and immediately he told me no. I threw myself to the floor. I started to scream. I started crying. And
okay, so that's when you get confirmation that Pedro's dead.
yes,
All right, you said you threw yourself to the floor, you were emotional.
yeah.
What happens after that?
Pedro opens the door. I guess he woke up.
Pedro Jr.
Yeah, he opened the door. He was locked in the room, so he must have came out. He knew how to pick the lock. It's funny. But he came out the room and he opened the door, and the detective pushed him back in, and he arrested me, and he told him, "Don't come back outside."
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. If you recall, how long, all right, so you're in handcuffs at that point. Where did they put you? They put you in the back of a car? Did they put you somewhere else?
They put me in a squad. They removed my jewelry and stuff off of me, and then they put me in one of the patrol cars for Homestead Police Department.
Okay, in the back seat?
Yes.
Yep.
And they closed the door so that you couldn't open the door, right?
Yeah, and they left me in there for roughly about, I'm gonna say 2 hours.
Was the car on? Was the air on?
They had the windows down, but they wouldn't let me use the restroom or anything like that.
Okay. At some point, you were transported to the police headquarters, right?
Yes.
Were you transported in a separate car, or were you transported in the same car that you sat in for 2 hours while handcuffed?
No, they moved me to a Metro squad unit.
All right, so you're told that Pedro's dead, you're put in handcuffs, and you sit in the back of a police car for about 2 hours, correct?
Correct.
Then after that, you're taken out of that car, you're put in a different car, and then you're transported to headquarters in that different car, correct?
Yes. Yes.
That's correct, okay. So you get to the station, and we saw the video, you gave a statement at some point. Prior to you giving the statement, at some point you were taken to the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you were fingerprinted, correct?
Yes.
And you had an interaction with a couple of female detectives, is that correct?
During the fingerprinting, yes, that she brought an additional a domestic violence detective with her for that one.
When you say she, who are you referring to?
Melanie Janoris.
Okay. So Melanie Janoris is one of the homicide detectives that was investigating you, correct?
Correct.
And she's one of the people that you were primarily dealing with during this time, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in the video that we saw of your interrogation, there were 2 detectives in that room, right?
Yes.
Melanie Janoris was one.
Yes.
And do you know who the other person in that room was?
Jason Cruz.
Detective Cruz.
Correct.
But prior to that, you came in contact with, you said, a female domestic violence detective?
Yes.
Other than that detective being present when you were being fingerprinted, other than that, was she ever present at any other point, as far as you know?
No, she basically only walked with us first to the bathroom, and then she walked with Melanie to just have me fingerprinted, but she wasn't there as far as for the interviewer, for the actual fingerprint, for the processes of anything.
And did that domestic violence detective have any interactions with you?
She did.
Okay, tell me about that interaction.
She told me that.
Objection, hearsay. I'm trying to hear it.
She told me.
Keep your voice up, please.
Yeah, she told me that she just wanted to help me, that unless I spoke to them and I told them what happened, then they couldn't know anything, that they wouldn't know anything, and that basically now I'm gonna end up spending the rest of my life in jail because I won't let them know what happened, that my kids could possibly get taken away.
Objection, hearsay, narrative.
All right. I'm going to give a limited instruction. The objection is going to be overruled to the extent that Ms. Link is testifying about any limitation on her liberty, such as spending the rest of her life in jail. You will look at that from the point of view of her testifying, but you will not consider that as it will not affect your verdict, because we discussed that in jury selection. Okay, you can continue answering.
Okay. And that basically, unless I spoke to them and I let them know what really happened, then, you know, that was basically what was going to be the outcome, that it wasn't my fault that things like this happen. You know, people get tired.
Objection, hearsay, narrative.
I then began to tell her that it's not what it seems at all, that that's not what it is. And that I'll talk to you, I'll tell you what really happened. So I did.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
She then told me that.
Objection, hearsay, narrative. No, any question.
What was the question?
She wasn't finished, so I just said go ahead.
Wasn't
because
Okay. Staying, just gonna ask another question.
Okay. So after you had this interaction with that domestic violence detective, you proceeded to give the statement which we saw the video of a couple days ago, correct?
Yes.
But that detective, that domestic violence detective, you didn't see her again, right?
After that, no, I never seen her again.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Lincoln. I don't have any further questions at this time.
There is, but can I go sidebar first?
Okay, I think they're about to break for lunch. Nope. Hold on. Isn't it nice to be able to just skip through this stuff? Abella sent me something. I'm trying to pull it up now, but it might be from the body cam that we've already seen. All right.
Ms. Link, on her direct examination, testified about how an officer said you are going to spend the rest of your life unless you tell us the truth. This jail call goes directly to that, what she would have done. It talks directly about the time that she is facing. I understand plea negotiations may or may not be involved. We can limit that as much as we can. She says, in that phone call, she says the prosecutor originally offered 15 and then came back and changed his mind and said 25. I'm more than happy to mute it. But what she says is 25, 25, what the fuck, 25. If I would have known that, I would have chopped that motherfucker up and scattered his body all over Florida. It goes directly to.
So the jury is out of the room, and this is what I was talking about earlier. That jail call is really going to put a nail in her coffin. Missing the breaks. Yep. How is it hearsay if it's on video? Good point.
Her state of mind at the time that she's making this call. I understand that this happened 3 years.
Yep.
The phone call happened 3 years after the fact. However,
I like
all
it too,
jail calls
Becky.
happen after the arrest. This also contradicts exactly what she's saying. Now, again, with the court's even limiting instruction, we are now putting the jury in the position that they are considering that this woman is facing life in prison, which I think that they were thinking about regardless of, because this is a homicide case, and I think we all realize that. So I think that this goes directly to that, and she should be questioned on that.
All right, defense, what's your position?
This has been litigated ad nauseum, major ruling, nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed except she's talking about how now she's facing life on her direct examination.
What's a logical argument that could be made about that jail call with plea negotiations? What's the logical?
Judge, I'm willing to.
In the middle of plea negotiations, what's a logical argument that could be made if I let this string come in front of the jury?
Judge, again,
Besides it's in the middle of the breakdown of plea negotiations, what she's offered, what she's willing to take, what the state offered, what's another logical explanation?
So if I may, I am more than willing to limit the part where it says the prosecutor offered me this. She just testified on direct examination.
Answer my question.
I am trying to, Judge. If I keep getting interrupted, I can't answer your question.
Why don't we start with answering?
I am attempting to.
I'm giving you access to it.
Thank you. The question is to the jury, not what that she is facing. That is not to be considered. Again, I will more than happily limit the plea negotiations, but it goes again to her state of mind, what she was thinking. She just said, somebody told me I was facing life. Now we have 3 years after the fact, a conversation where she discusses what she's facing again and the conversations therein. It's not for the jury to decide whether or not she's sentenced to whatever it is, but the logic there is it goes directly to her state of mind at the time, now, as well as we've been stating numerous times, it goes to the depraved mind element of this crime. I do not see how the court could limit the state in not eliciting testimony when she's directly talking about what she would have done if she would have known what time she was facing. Now she says, on direct, I knew what time I was facing. We actually have her saying something opposite. It goes directly to impeachment, it goes directly to her state of mind, and it goes directly to element 3.
The breakdown of plea negotiations, where she's testified, and you have the post-mortem statement of this being an accidental shooting, maybe she didn't mean for it, she was trying to scare him, something along those lines. And she's saying, had I known I would have done what I can't quote it verbatim, goes to what she believes her actions are worth by way of years, meaning a plea.
And she just.
Don't interrupt me. It's in the middle of a plea negotiation where plea negotiations have broken down. That's a logical argument to the jury if I let it in.
Then let the
This is what she believes the plea may have been.
Then let the defense make that
meaning
argument.
if it's an accident and I'm offering them 10 years, I can't believe they want something higher than that. That's a logical argument, not of depraved mind, depraved heart, evil intent. Plus, the court's already ruled it's more prejudicial than probative. Anything else you want to say?
That's not what the jail call says.
Anything else you want to put on record?
I'm trying to. That's not what the jail call says. She just said that her state of mind at the time was, I am now facing life. I'm going to go away for life unless I speak to these officers. That jail call says something directly different, and the court keeps quoting this without ever hurting it. I think it's imperative the court actually hears the portion, because again, it's for impeachment purposes, because now she's saying, well, I'm not actually facing life, and if I had known any of this, I would have done so much worse. That's why we're trying to introduce this, because it's so important for the jury to actually understand Ms. Link's state of mind. It's not about plea negotiations. And again, I'm willing to limit the portion of time where they talk about what I came back with.
Your request is denied. What's the next item we want to go over regarding impeachment?
What?
Listen, I can see the arms.
No, I'm motioning to.
I can see the rolling of the eyes. I'm trying to ignore it, but at some point, we're all officers of the court, and I would ask that you all be professional.
I would ask the same of this court, because this court yesterday was screaming at me when I was trying to bring to the court's attention witnesses coordinating their testimony. I understand that there is a jury here, Your Honor, and that we are trying.
Where did that leave me after an hour and a half of questioning? And I took your word for it that at the end of the inquiry, it would be revealed that the witnesses were coordinating their testimony.
And it was. The court ignored that.
Hold on. After we questioned 2 witnesses and you showed me Facebook posts, the conclusion of the hearing the conclusion of the hearing was evidence before this court that those witnesses were coordinating their testimony.
And we had Ms. Perez testify.
And it was a violation of the rules of sequestration. Was that the conclusion of the hour and a half break we took while this jury was patiently waiting?
Absolutely it was. Ms. Perez came in, said she was handed her deposition transcript, which was just used to impeach her. It's improper for a witness in the middle of their testimony to go through and remember things that they were just impeached on. Absolutely it was. Absolutely it was. And yes, I want to respect the jury's time. Absolutely. However, it is unbelievable that the court would not want to get to the bottom of witness coordination and witness manipulation in the middle of a trial. We yes, absolutely should respect this jury's time. But if witnesses are changing their testimony, coordinating their testimony, watching YouTube live feeds of this trial, it is important to get to the bottom of that. It is imperative that we get to the bottom of that.
Thank you. We're going to move on. I think the record and the findings speak for itself after that hour and a half break. What's the next request for impeachment?
We have, so I don't know if you want to handle the car incident now or if you want to handle the text messages, but there's a number of different text messages that I think that are admissible as impeachment.
Let's go to the car incident.
Sure. So Ms. Link testified that the reason that Pedro had to get a rental car was because he got into an accident or something in Orlando. That's actually not true. The reason that they had to get a rental car was Ms. Link destroying the vehicle on the same day that she got pistol whipped, is what she claims.
How's that going to come in? What's the evidence of that?
Her
the testimony was his car was damaged at the Orlando location of where he parks it for work.
Right, and it actually happened on the same day, and her own statement says the same thing. Detective Janoris walks in and says, I have a question, what happened on Monday? We know that this homicide happened on Friday. Ms. Link goes, what do you mean, when he pistol whipped me? And she goes, no, with the truck. And Ms. Link goes, I did that right afterwards. Which
I think you're talking now about when she hits the car with the gun in Miami.
Yes.
Right.
which is different than what she testified to on the stand.
So what you're saying is his car was really in Miami and not in Orlando?
Yes. And I have text messages showing that Mr. Jimenez was actually coming, Instagram DMs showing Mr. Jimenez was actually coming down to Miami, Florida, to send this link to rehab.
Let me see the text messages regarding the damage of the car in Miami and not Orlando.
Well, Judge, we heard testimony during the stand your ground that Joel Perez testified about.
Let me know how you're going to impeach her with what you're saying. What's her line on the witness?
I'm going to unmute the portion that was muted about that, of her statement.
Go ahead. I'm not following you, but I'll let you show me what it is you're referring to.
We muted a portion of the statement because the court said there is not a link to this homicide case from 5 days prior to Ms. Link's actions where she was damaging Mr. Jimenez's truck. We had that, the court limited me there. We in turn muted the portion of the defendant's statement where when Detective Janoris comes in and says, I have a question about Monday being the same incident day, Ms. Link admits that she destroyed his truck at that point in time. There.
I'm not sure if we're talking about her testimony or if we're talking about her statement.
What they want to say is she's lying about the car, his car being damaged in Orlando. He didn't have a car. What they're saying is she damaged the car.
She's talking about a different vehicle. She was talking on stand about a car. What they're talking about is his rig, his semi. Two different cars. So I don't see how that opens the door to anything.
She also says she took a number of different actions that day, including trying to go to a hotel room, going back to her house, and a number of different things there as well, which we know is not true. She actually, according to the statement, from what I can gather at least, immediately got up, walked over to his car, and started attacking it.
Let me hear it to see if it's car or his big rig that he
It says truck. It says truck.
And Judge, she didn't talk about the truck on her during her testimony because she's not supposed to. We were specifically not covering that topic. So for the state to say, oh, she didn't mention it during testimony is disingenuous.
It's not disingenuous.
Okay, let me ask you this. They're saying there's two cars. He drives the work truck, which is what she's accused of damaging with his gun, but there's also this car that he parks in Orlando. Are there two cars?
I can't speak to that, but what I can say is Ms. Link said, these are the actions that I took. There is one very large action that she's not talking about also, which on the day in question, if she was so bloodied, so bruised, so damaged, Judge, I'm trying to.
Can we just talk about the damaging to this vehicle? Whether it's the big rig or the car?
Judge, I'm trying to.
What's the point of trying to make right now?
I'm trying to say, she said, I took all these actions and I fell asleep for hours. I think in opening statement, Mr. Tomas said that she lost consciousness. She said that she went to a motel. She did all of these things. She did all of these steps. However, what's important here is she was not that injured. She was not so injured that she could not get up, go over to his car, his truck, which is what she says. She says his truck, and damage it to the point of, and we have this in her cell phone, her records, making a claim through Progressive as well.
For which car?
I don't have those records, Judge. I did not subpoena Progressive.
The problem I'm having is Mr. Tomas is saying her testimony was about a car in Orlando, not the truck, not the big rig truck. How do I let you impeach her? And we've already agreed that I've already moved a portion of her damaging the vehicle in Miami is an uncharged crime. They didn't talk about it.
How can you not let it in? When she's saying, I was so bloodied, I was so bruised, I took all these steps, even if we take the defendant at her word that this was a car in Orlando, and car and truck are interchangeable. I drive a truck, I call it my car all the time. When she's doing all these steps, I was so bloodied, I was so bruised, I was so injured. She said her head was her skull was out of her head at some point, but we're not going to let in what she's actually doing on that day, which is destroying. I'm not. They go hand in hand.
You have a good faith basis to believe there's two vehicles she's referring to. You have a good faith basis to believe it's not two vehicles.
Yes.
That request is denied. What's the next request?
Would you like to force the place there, or?
At this point, unless it says car or rando, I guess you can go ahead and play it.
And approach, if you want to like approach too, just as a speaker. Sure.
Lovely Bone said it would be difficult to compare this.
So that was the instance regarding the truck, that it was the same day as the actual shooting, or I'm sorry, as the actual pistol opening.
And what's the word that's used? We're not doing 1, 2, 3 votes.
No, I'm gonna continue the argument, Judge.
Right, Lisa?
What was the first question, Judge?
What word did you use, or what word did the detective use?
I can play it again, Judge, because I didn't hear it. Oh. Okay.
What happened? You guys tell me what happened? So this was the same day of the pistol opening? Was right after.
Okay, Judge, so this is exactly what she says. She says, detective says, what happened? Are you gonna tell me what happened? Defendant says, what do you mean? When he got home in the truck, yeah, I busted his window. Was this the same day of the pistol whipping? Yes, right after. Judge,
She uses the word truck.
she does, Judge, and here's what the state is arguing. Your Honor, not only is this impeachment by contradiction, Judge, this is also inextricably intertwined. If Your Honor, and I have case law to support it, when an event is discussed, it is so inextricably intertwined because she gave on a scenario of exactly what happened that day after she got pistol whipped. The kids went out screaming, they tried to get a hotel, she tried to hide. This incident that she says it right here, right after I got pistol whipped, I busted his windows of his truck. That incident is so inextricably intertwined that the state should be and is entitled to allow the jury to hear exactly what happened and the sequence of events, because she got up on the stand and said exactly what happened after she got pistol whipped. So she opened the door, and this evidence right here is so inextricably intertwined that the jury should have a full picture as to what she did right after she got pistol whipped, because she said she went to a hotel, she said she tried to go to the hospital, but she so happened to forget to say that she busted the windows open with the car. We have evidence clearly that says, puts it in perspective for the court, and because it is so inextricably intertwined, the court should allow the state to present it.
Do you have a good faith basis as you stand in front of me that it's the same car?
Judge, I have the most good faith basis that this is the same car. No, Judge, I have the utmost good faith basis that this is the same exact car we're talking about.
Is it an uncharged crime, either criminal mischief or some sort of burglary to the car?
Judge, is it an uncharged crime? I wouldn't disagree with the court because that wouldn't be honest with me. Is it an uncharged crime that she committed criminal mischief on a truck? Absolutely. But that has nothing to do with the fact that this jury is entitled to hear the exact story of how it was presented, not what the defendant wants the jury to hear. We are entitled as the state to present evidence that we have in a good faith basis based on inextricably intertwined argument to present to this jury that this defendant went ahead and took a hammer to this man's truck right after she said she was beaten to a pulp and she was almost unconscious. How is that fair if the court doesn't allow this in for the jury to believe that and not hear the entire evidence as it was presented? We're allowed to rebut that on multiple bases as we presented the arguments to you. But the most is inextricably intertwined at this point.
Mr. Boss. You had stood up, do you have a response?
The court made a pretrial ruling. I opened the door to nothing. They are asking you to reconsider a ruling you've already made. They've done this repeatedly, over and over and over. I'm sick of it, you're sick of it, it's unprofessional, it needs to stop. Court makes a ruling, you accept it, you move on. You win your trial, good for you. You lose, too bad. That's the way this works. You should deny their motion. Thank you.
Anything else you want to put on the record?
Judge, yes. Additionally, when the defendant testifies, they're considered a witness to the case, and the jury is to determine their credibility, and this also goes to the credibility of that.
The door is not open, that request is denied. What's the next request?
Judge, I think at this point, we should just,
Hold on. We can't do this where I have 3 lawyers arguing and talking to me.
Judge, I'm not arguing on the prosecutor in this case. I'm saying that we are.
So are you taking over from Mr. Leon right now?
Yes, I'm saying we are.
So why don't we just switch places? What's the other request?
No, we're not making any other requests, we're done.
So no more requests for text messages?
No.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. We'll break for lunch as well. We'll come back right before 1. The jury's coming back right before 1. Thank you all.
Damn. They went the hell off. Holy shit. All right. We're going to jump ahead to where Daisy is back on the stand. Maybe.
All right, all jurors are counted in present court, lawyers are present as well as Ms. Link. You can have seats. Good afternoon. Okay, we last left off with Mr. Glamas's direct examination of Ms. Link. And now the state will now have an opportunity to cross-examine.
I'm Sam. How are you?
Okay.
I just want to get a couple things clear real quick. Pedro had committed acts of domestic violence against you in the past, right?
Yes.
And you him?
Yes.
Now, I know you said that you had to change the lock because of Pedro, right?
Yes.
He never had a key.
So the old one.
Right, but after all that went down, he never had a key.
No.
The night that he died, he didn't have a key either, right?
I don't know.
Did you ever give him a key?
Not to the house, no.
Right, so he never had a key the night that he died.
Maybe his car keys or the house keys to the house in Florida City.
To your house, the keys that you changed, she never had a key to your house.
No.
And your mom testified earlier, right?
Yes.
And she said she actually saw him choke you?
Yes.
She actually saw him put his hands around your neck?
Yes.
And she didn't call the police?
No, that's why she kept getting tired.
You're gonna have to keep your voice up. I can barely hear. The answer was
No, that's why she kept getting tired of it.
She saw you, her daughter, get choked and she never called the police?
No.
Your children were home, right?
Yes.
Her grandchildren were home, right?
Yes.
She could have taken those children out of such a dangerous living condition, right?
Yes.
And she didn't, right?
Right.
She just left your house, right?
Yes.
Leaving you in a dangerous living condition at that point, right?
Yes.
Pedro was so dangerous that your mom actually flew to Texas to move you out of your home and get away from him, right?
Yes.
But she just left you there?
got tired of the excuses.
She left her grandchildren around such a dangerous man?
Yes.
And you said that these 4 pieces of paper were stopping you from calling the police?
Yes.
And that's that's defense exhibit F, just for the record. You could have told the police he broke into your house though, right?
I wouldn't let them deport me. He wasn't a bad guy.
He wasn't a bad guy.
No.
Okay. Now, you killed Pedro, right?
Yes.
And that was in 2022, right?
Yes.
And we're here 3 years later?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Pedro was killed, he didn't have a knife, right?
No.
He didn't have a gun?
No.
You're the only one that was armed, right?
Yes.
You actually had the deadly force in your hands before you killed him, right?
Yes.
And he was never armed, right?
Not that night, no.
He, according to you, was just going to lock you out of the house, right?
At that moment, that was what was gonna happen, yes.
Okay. Because you didn't want to sleep outside, you shot him, right?
I don't wanna keep getting hit.
But you told police you didn't want to sleep outside. That's what he said to you, right?
Yeah.
And that was right after, according to you, you cheated on him. Or, I'm sorry, you admitted to cheating on him, right?
Yes.
While you were armed, you admitted to cheating on him, right?
Yes.
And this was a man that was so dangerous and so angry and so aggressive, you, armed with a firearm, admitted to this man that you cheated on him, right?
I thought maybe that if I finally told him, it would just get it over with.
Okay. After you,
I'm sorry, I said I thought if I finally just told him that it would just get it over with and he would finally, we can move on.
okay. Now you waited to call 911, right?
Yes,
You knew you shot him? Right.
not at first.
As you walked on camera that we saw in state 16, we heard you actually say, "You'll be fine. It's not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine," right?
That's not what I said.
Now you hit the gun, right?
Yes,
You hit the casing, right?
no,
Knowing you shot him, you waited 1 minute, right? Before you called 911.
no,
You waited 10 minutes.
until I got the phone.
Let's wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Waiting for 1 minute. You waited a minute to call 911, right?
I didn't wait.
There was a 10-minute delay, right?
I'm not sure exactly how long it was.
And we just waited a minute, and you waited 10 of those before 911 was called, right?
I don't know how long it was.
You lied to the 911 operator about who you were though, right?
I did.
About how old Pedro was?
Yes,
You lied about who he was.
yes.
And And you lied about what happened. Right?
I did.
You actually found him before you called 911, right?
I found him within that very minute. I called him.
And you walked up to his body as he died, and you took his phone out of his pockets, right?
I took his phone out, took the tourniquet, yes.
Okay. And you took his wallet out of his pockets as well, right?
No.
Now, after taking his phone and his wallet out of his pockets, you walked back to that Chevy Trax, right? That rental car?
I never took his wallet off.
And you put the phone back in the Trax?
No.
You put the wallet back in the Trax, right?
I don't remember.
You turned the car off, right? After doing this?
I turned the car off after the police came.
And you pulled your phone out, right?
No, he had the phone. It was next to him on the floor.
And you turned your flashlight on over his body, right?
No.
You turned that flashlight on, even though that Chevy Trax would have lit up the area a whole lot better, didn't you?
I turned the light on after I was next to him, and that was so I could see where he was at.
You did all this because you didn't want anyone to know who he was, right?
I expected for him to live, and he would have corroborated the story just for his kids.
But he can't because he's dead, right?
Yeah.
And you hid his phone, you hid his wallet, you turned off the car because you didn't want anybody to know who he was, because it'd be easy to piece it back to you as the shooter, right?
I never hid it.
After all, even your sister told the police that if Pedro was dead, you were the one to kill him, right?
She never said that.
Now, after putting his phone and wallet back in the car he rented, that's when you called 911, right?
I put the stuff in the car looking for my phone. I had it already in my hand. I was looking for my phone so I could call 911. I went back to his body just to try to render him aid, and that's when I seen the phone like a foot next to him.
And that's when you started helping him, because you were afraid of being caught, right?
No, I started helping him because I didn't want him to die.
Okay. Now, when Officer Nicholson arrived on scene, you lied to him, right?
I did.
Okay. You lied about you didn't know what happened.
I did.
You lied when you told him that you thought you heard a car peel off and heard a gunshot, right?
I did.
That gunshot you heard was actually your gunshot, right?
Yes.
You asked Pedro as he died, we saw his last moments on earth. What the fuck happened, right?
One of his legs, he couldn't move at all, and I didn't understand why.
But you knew what happened, right?
Not to the other leg.
Because you shot him, right?
I don't see how I didn't understand how he would have had 2 shots at all.
Now, when Officer Nicholson asked Pedro if he was shot, you answered for Pedro, right? Or excuse me, if he was shot, you answered for Pedro.
I did.
You said something about hitting a major artery, right?
I said I might have. I could have.
Because you knew you had shot him and hit a major artery, right?
No.
And that's even why you told Pedro, as he fled from you, that you'll be fine. It's not like I hit a major artery, right?
I said, you don't want to go to the hospital? I could have hit a major artery. You'll be fine.
Because you were mocking me, right?
If that's how you perceive it.
Now, Officer Aguila also arrived on scene, and you lied to him too, right?
I don't know who that is.
You lied when you told him all you heard was screaming, right?
Yes.
You lied when you told him Pedro left the house 30 minutes before.
Yes.
You lied when you told him that Pedro had left walking by himself, right?
No.
You admitted to Officer Rodriguez, though, that you were married to Pedro, right?
At that point, I felt like I had to tell the truth.
You told him that you were together for 9 years, right?
We were.
But now you knew who Pedro was when you were talking to Officer Rodriguez. You didn't know who he was beforehand, right?
No.
You knew his address now, right?
Yeah.
You told him that Pedro was with his friends that night, right?
I did.
Okay. You told him that he was with friends that night, but you didn't tell him how Pedro got home, did you?
No.
Because you actually picked Pedro up, right?
I did.
You told Officer Rodriguez that Pedro was really flustered and wouldn't talk to you that night, right?
I did.
That he kept coming and going all night?
Yes.
But you never said that you were scared of him to Officer Rodriguez, right?
No.
You told Officer Rodriguez that you could hear him wailing and that's why you drove around, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell Officer Rodriguez that you had shot Pedro, right?
No.
You lied to him when you told him that the last time you saw Pedro was 30 or 40 minutes prior to his death, right?
Yes.
You lied about Pedro's friend just leaving in a white van, right?
Yes.
A van that officers actually spent their time frantically searching for, right?
I believe so.
A search that only happened because you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told him that Pedro was a truck driver and not into any shit, right?
I wasn't trying to assassinate his character.
You told Officer Edwards that Pedro wasn't a bad guy, right?
He's not.
And that nobody would do this to him, right? That's what you told him?
I shouldn't have.
Except you, because you shot Pedro, right?
I had to.
You told Officer Edwards that Pedro had a pass, but that was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
That's been over 10 years, right?
Yes.
You told him Pedro was a good guy.
He was.
Officer Edwards was actually pretty nice to you, right?
I don't remember who was who anymore.
He let you go into your home.
Okay.
He let you use the bathroom.
Yes.
When Detective Danny Morales came, you actually got aggressive with him though, right?
Not at all.
You threw a chair at him, right?
No, I didn't.
When he started patting you down, you actually realized what he was going to find, that key to that Chevy Trax, and you tried to hide it, right?
I don't believe he himself even patted me down.
And that's the same Trax that you hid Pedro's belongings in, right?
I never hid anything.
Because you didn't want anyone to know that you were hiding his things, right?
I never hid anything.
When you went to headquarters, the police headquarters, you were actually angry, right?
I was.
And you told officers that you wouldn't put clean clothes on, right?
No, I didn't.
You actually said to them that you wouldn't put that shit on when they try to give you clean clothes, right?
Oh, yes.
You asked them why they were treating you like you were the one who did it, right?
Yeah.
Even though you knew that you did kill Pedro, right?
Yes.
You told them that you got into a car accident, right?
My truck a couple days prior.
Okay. And that's what you told them the bruises came from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you even said that Pedro didn't cause those bruises, right?
Yes.
Now, when Detective Janoris and Detective Cruz were getting background information on you, you actually agreed with them that you guys lived together, right?
No.
He paid rent for that home?
No, he didn't.
Okay, because he actually lived there.
Not anymore.
You told them that you weren't allowed to have friends, right?
I couldn't.
And you told them that you couldn't have social media, right?
But I still hid it.
You had an Instagram.
Just because I wasn't allowed to have it doesn't mean I didn't go behind his back when he was gone and still download it.
You had a Facebook.
Same.
And you had a TikTok.
I wouldn't consider that social media.
Even though you told officers, you lied to officers and said you weren't
What?
allowed to have social media, right?
I wasn't allowed to have it at all.
You even told officers that you weren't allowed to see your cousins, right?
I wasn't, which is why we had to sneak around.
Even though 5 days prior, you claim your cousin David was at your house, right?
And look what happened.
Now, that was an incident that you said you forgot about, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't worried about that anymore, right?
I never said I forgot about anything.
And you weren't afraid of Pedro after that, right?
Like I said, when he was sober, he was a good guy. He was a monster when he was on drugs.
You had cameras at your house, right?
I did.
The camera recorded everything, right?
I did.
And they captured days, weeks, months prior, right?
Yes.
And those cameras would capture people coming and going from your house, right?
Yes.
Including David, right?
Yes.
Including Pedro, right?
Yes.
You told him that he was staying at the house on and off, right? Pedro was staying on and off at your house.
Yes.
And you said that he actually had a severe mental disorder because he would accuse you of cheating on him and sending naked pictures of yourself to other men, right?
Objection, relevance.
Oh, we're talking about the totality of the relationship. I'm not speaking about right then and there. I'm speaking to the officers about years on end, how he was.
So let me ask my question again.
I left him in February.
If you can let me ask my question, excuse me. You said that he had a severe mental disorder
Definitely did.
and would accuse you of cheating on him with other men and sending other men naked pictures of yourself, right?
Yeah.
And you denied that, right?
To him?
Yes.
Yeah, previously.
Okay, but you actually were doing that, right?
At this point in time, yeah, I was.
Okay. You told him that he would stay at his parents' house if he didn't stay at your home, right?
Yes.
And you also told them that's where he would stay if he didn't sleep at his, or excuse me, that's actually a house that you would stay at too, if you weren't staying at your own home, right?
The only time I lived there was years before that incident. You're speaking maybe 6, 7 years ago.
Okay. The night you killed Pedro, he went to a friend's house, right?
Yes.
He was there late.
Yes.
You were actually annoyed that he was there late.
No.
You knew his friends picked him up and he went over there earlier that day, right?
Yes.
And because it was late, you actually told your mom that you were going to go back and pick this, quote, idiot up, right?
Yes.
Because you said he was probably drunk off his ass, right?
Yes.
He didn't ask you to pick him up.
He did.
He didn't demand for you to pick him up.
Before he left, he did.
He didn't?
Didn't have a way to get out. He didn't have a way to leave.
He didn't threaten you if you didn't pick him up, right?
No.
You actually said that you went on your own and it wasn't, quote, a problem for you to go pick him up, right?
Because he didn't call me right then and there.
Now, you got to Enriquez's house, right?
Yes.
And you waited for Pedro outside, right?
At first.
But according to you, he was taking too long, right?
Yes.
So you went inside.
Yes.
And you weren't afraid of him now.
No.
You drove him after that to get Peter, right?
Yes.
And you guys were fighting about him, you cheating on him while you drove, right?
As it started, yeah.
And you continued lying to him about your infidelity, right?
Yes.
And then you went home, right?
Yes.
You didn't tell the police that he choked you, right?
There was a lot of things I didn't tell them.
You didn't tell him that he attacked you, right?
Yes, I did.
And you said to them that that night, all you did was argue and then laugh and then argue and then laugh, right?
I told them before he was shot that he grabbed me by my hair and he threw me on the floor before I grabbed the gun.
Now, after all of that, after Pedro had left, you went outside to smoke a cigarette, right?
Yes.
And Pedro wasn't home, right?
No.
He actually had left the home at that point, right?
Yes.
You had the gun, right?
Yes,
You saw Pedro, right?
he crept up from the back of the house, yes,
You admitted at that point that you were cheating on him, right?
yes.
And you were holding the gun at this point, right?
I wasn't holding it, it was next to me on the floor.
And he told you that you were going to sleep outside that night, right?
That was after he threw me on the floor,
And he ran, right?
ran in my house.
And you fired as he ran.
Yes,
And his back was facing you, right?
yes.
He was running away, right?
No, he was running to the house.
After you shot him, you actually mocked him and said, "It's not like I hit a major artery, you'll be fine," right?
It's not quoted right.
Please, feel free. What did you tell him?
I said, do you want to go to the hospital? I could have hit a major artery. You'll be fine. And it wasn't to mock him. I was speaking so fast and my adrenaline was through the roof. That was a big guy. You know what it's like to get hit by somebody that's 6'4", 260 pounds?
And instead of helping him, even possibly saving his life, you actually went and hit that firearm, right?
I couldn't find him at first.
The gun you hid was the same gun you used to kill him, right?
Yes,
Then you hid the casing, right?
I never got a casing.
The casing that the police never found, right?
It didn't look good enough.
You told police, though, that you said to him right after shooting him, "Where are you going? Where are you at?" Right?
Yes,
But that's actually not true, right?
I said something before, you can hear it in the audio. I'm not sure exactly what it was.
And when Detective Jr confronted you with what you actually said, you changed your story, didn't you?
I didn't change it, I just honestly was lost.
You said you could only remember bits and pieces at this point, right?
Yes,
That you don't remember saying anything to him, right?
I didn't remember saying anything at first.
But that's actually not the only time you changed your story about what you said to Pedro after you shot him, right?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Because you said you had called out to him and said you'd take him to the hospital if you really did hit him, right?
I did say that.
That's not what you said though, right?
I did say that.
Because you were angry, right?
But I did tell him that I was gonna take him to the hospital.
And you were mad as hell, right?
I was.
You shot Pedro as he ran away and you killed him, right?
He didn't run away from me.
I have no further questions.
All right, can you redirect?
That's right. Daisy, the gun that you used to shoot at Pedro, is that the same gun that Pedro split your head open with a few days before?
It was.
And when he split your head open, did you get a bunch of blood on that gun?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about if there are cameras in your house, whether they capture comings and goings of people and all that stuff, right? You remember that question from a few minutes ago?
Yes,
The police have all your cameras, right?
they do.
They've had them for over 3 years now, right?
They do.
So they have all the footage that would have been on there, right?
They should, yes.
Except, of course, for the month's worth of footage, which somehow got deleted while it was in their custody. They lost that, right? So supposedly they have the footage that was in there. We hope, unless they lost that too, right?
So, sustained, facts not in evidence.
So you were asked about waiting to call 911. Did you have your phone after you fired the shot?
At that moment, no.
So was there any way you could possibly call 911?
No,
Do you have a landline?
no.
Your only phone that you could use was your cell phone, right?
Yes,
And Pedro stole that from you.
yes,
Am I correct that you called 911 as soon as you were able to get your phone?
I did.
You didn't purposely wait for anything, right? You called as soon as you could, correct?
Yes,
Now, you were asked whether or not Pedro had a key to your home. To your knowledge, did he have a key?
no,
So you said that he had also taken your purse, which you realized at some point, correct?
yes, you did.
Had he also broken a window to gain access to your house, to your knowledge?
Yes, through the window in the kitchen.
We know that Pedro wasn't found to have a gun after he got shot, right?
Right.
But to your knowledge, did Pedro have a gun?
On him, or?
Not on him. Did he have a gun?
Yes, you did.
So, as far as you knew, he owned a gun, he had access to a gun, correct?
Yes,
The gun that you used to fire at Pedro, it's the same gun that, as you mentioned earlier, that he beat you over the head with a few days before, right?
yes,
He also discharged that firearm and took a shot at you that day, right?
Oh, you can answer.
yes, you did.
Took that gun, aimed it at you, pulled the trigger, and fired, but luckily he missed.
Objection, leading.
Okay, hold on. Sustained, he's gonna ask another question.
Did Pedro take a shot at you?
He did take a shot at me.
He was aiming at you?
I would assume so.
You had your back turned to him, right?
Yes, I was running away.
And you heard the shot,
We all heard it.
but luckily the shot didn't hit you.
Yeah,
And after that shot missed you, he proceeded to beat you even more over your head, right?
he began to bludgeon me.
Now, when Pedro was running towards the house, before Pedro started running towards your house to lock you out, he yelled something at you, correct?
Yeah,
What was that?
that he was gonna lock me out the house, that I was gonna sleep outside, and that, go ahead, I'm not scared to die, I'm ready to die, bitch.
So at that moment, did you believe that he was in fact going to barricade himself inside the house?
I knew he was gonna go in the house.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I knew he was going in the house.
And you have no idea what was going to happen after that, right?
No,
What you do know is that he beat you halfway to death a few days before.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on, sustained, leading. He's gonna ask another question.
You still had fresh wounds on your head at that moment, correct?
yeah,
And those wounds came from where?
Absolutely.
from
Sherry.
Pedro,
From how long before?
about 3 days prior.
Okay? And you have no idea what he was going to do once he barricaded himself inside the house, correct?
Objection, asked and answered. Speculation.
Overruled.
Right?
No. What I thought he was gonna do
Hold on,
was,
hold on. You answered, no, you can follow up with the question.
You didn't know what he was going to do.
no,
At that moment, Pedro had been asked to leave how many times?
approximately, I would say 4, 5,
He did not live there, right?
not at that time, no.
That was your home, right?
It was,
You have a right to invite or disinvite whoever you want from your home.
Counsel testifying, leading, call for leave.
Sustained, he's gonna ask another question.
Who decides who gets to come inside your home?
Same objection.
Who decides who gets to come inside your home?
It's a different question. Overruled, you could answer.
you would assume me,
You, right?
yes,
Because it's your home.
Yes.
Was it anybody at that moment, that night, was that home, did it belong to anybody else other than you?
No.
Did anybody else have the right to decide who comes into that home other than yourself, to your knowledge?
No.
Was Pedro told on multiple occasions, unequivocally, to leave?
Hearsay, and we.
Asked and answered. I'm sorry, sustained. He's gonna ask another question.
Was there anything else that you could have done, to your knowledge, to get that man to leave your home?
No.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Judge, if I may have one question.
Sure.
You could have called 911 and had him arrested, right?
I didn't have my phone after the fact.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lynch, you can step down. All right, folks, I just need a few minutes with the lawyers to discuss scheduling for the rest of the afternoon. If you wouldn't mind, please going back into the jury room.
All right, jurors.
All right, we're going to skip ahead and see what they decide. That's what you would think, right? Not bring him to her home, but like just a toxic relationship. She had custody of the children at that time, and he was only allowed to see the kids supervised by his mom. Oh, wow, that's super cool, Drippy. QTD. Right. Pedro was beating her ass right in front of other people. He pistol whipped her 5 days prior in a coked up psychosis. Pedro was a piece of shit, and I agree. I believe her too. I don't think that she lied. They're not talking.
Back on the record, lawyers present accepted Mr. Alcala. Mr. Alcala is with PJ, who's supposed to testify later on, well, in just a few minutes.
Before he does that, we're looking at it, just turn his camera off so you can capture the video.
Sure.
I would too.
There was some talk earlier about the state calling him as a witness regarding impeachment of other witnesses that has testified. Do you remember that? Something along the lines of the grandmother and PJ talking a week about the case. That might be.
Well, yeah, they can ask him about that on the cross.
All right. I just didn't know if there was going to be a proffer on your end as to what he testified to, and a request regarding what should be introduced on cross-examination, explored on cross-examination, or something that needs to be explored if the state needs to call him as their own witness.
Judge, so long as I'm able to ask those questions, I will not be calling him as a witness.
Okay. Just keep in mind he's 11. I understand from both parties, you all have met him, he's bright, but you probably should ask questions and object a little slower, and I'll do my best to also keep it clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and bring back the jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, can someone ask him if he can hear us? Can he see us?
Oh, 1 second. He should be able to. Hey, PJ, can you hear us? Can you say yes? Hold on, I can't hear you.
So this is going to be the son testifying.
It might be
Not hearing anything, turn on.
That's might be because of my.
Hey, can you say something? Oh, shoot.
Hold on. Ask him now.
It's coming through the computer.
Exactly.
Can you hear us? Can you say yes? I don't know if that's loud enough. Give me a second, okay, buddy? How about now? Can you say something for me?
She's trying to see him.
Yes.
It might be.
How about now? Can you grab the hair? Just these, the computers. We're just having some problems with the computer, okay? Might need your help.
Right. The toxic relationship.
Give me a second. Yeah,
Yes, lovely, but they were asleep.
Yeah, switch it over, but it's still coming through the laptop now.
Mr. Tomas, are you planning on calling any other witnesses after this one?
No.
So is it your intention to arrest?
It is.
State, do you have any rebuttal witnesses?
I have,
I agree, Andy.
Detective Wilson. I believe that's it.
They're outside?
They are.
Oh, Lord.
Can you test for you real quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's better.
Is that for you?
If he can't hear us, we'll just, I'm sorry, if there's audio issues, we'll just ask him to keep his voice up.
I can try one last thing, and then if not, I'll swap back phones. Can you just tell him to say something? If you could just say a quick sentence, okay, like hello there.
Sorry, I had to change my headphones and it paused it.
Hello there.
That's perfect. Thanks, man.
I think her
Good
mother.
try. No, we're good. Okay, we're good then. I'll be back.
This one way, the shades down behind him.
Yes, that's what's going.
Yeah, can go there, close the shades.
The dad's mother is looking after the vent.
Judge, the only issue
Got some food.
is, because we took the deposition late, and this just popped in my head, I apologize. The only, I took the deposition late yesterday.
No, I
what,
didn't.
think around 6:30 maybe, give or take. I put in a rush request for his deposition transcript. I don't.
That's
have it. So
interesting.
he testifies differently than what he did yesterday. I have a video of it.
Mr. Tomas, Chair,
Yes.
if you all can agree on impeachment, we'll just take it from there.
Sure. I know the court reporter that was here for his deposition was here.
And Kalisa said, when you're scared of law enforcement because of previous interactions or because of drug involvement or taking your kids away, often you don't call 911 even for a life-threatening emergency or injury. And that's very true because you even though you're hurt, you don't want that person to get sent to prison for the rest of their life or whatever is going on or whatever it is they're doing. And then, and then have drugs on top of it. It's a toxic thing because you feel just as guilty for things. They make you feel just as guilty and like you're just as much at fault,
All right, that's better. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in the jury.
All right, the jury.
All right, all jurors are accounted for, lawyers are present except for Mr. Chala and Ms. Link is present. All right, folks, this should be the last defense witness, so I'm going to ask Mr. Tomas, who he's calling now.
So Judge, I know it's a weird setup, but I think I should be seated facing the TV.
Sure, you can move yourself around.
Oh, the defense calls Pedro Jr.
Oh no, Julie, I'm sorry.
Pedro, can you see me?
Can I tell him to raise his right hand?
Oh, can you raise your right hand?
No.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, but they suck.
Say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But you usually have to take your piercings out in jail. Like, I know that I had to take my nose ring out and it would have closed up. So we broke off a piece of like the little black combs we would get, and people would stick those through the piercing to keep it from closing up. But even if she had that pierced, I don't think she'd be able to wear it. Like, it would be grown up by now, I would think. Grown, like, closed. Julie, you can come back and listen to it. It'll be here. We're recording it. I'm sorry you have to miss it, though.
Pedro, can you tell us your full name? Who was your father? Pedro Jimenez? And who is your mother? Okay. So, Pedro, I want to ask you about a couple of incidents that happened about 3 years ago. Do you remember back in June of 2022, do you remember an incident where your mother got hurt? Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay. What can you tell me about that incident? What happened that night?
So when Dad, he was knocking on our door and he changed the lock, and my mom walked into the walls, and when she saw it was him, she didn't answer my door. She was mad. The door was unlocked, so he opened the door, and then he told he yelled at my mom. He said, are you cheating on me? And my mom said, no, this is my cousin. And my dad pulled a gun out from his back pocket, and he pointed the gun at my mom, and he fired a shot, but he missed. So I hit him and over and over with the gun, and my mom smacked it out of his hand. And then David kicked it away with him. So that gave my mom and David time to gave my mom and everybody to get out of the house.
Okay, so I want to back up a little bit. You mentioned somebody named David. Can you tell me who David is?
David was my mom's cousin.
Your mom's cousin? So David was at your mom's house that night? Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Can you tell me who else besides your mom and you and David, was there anybody else in your mom's house that night?
Yeah.
Who?
It's David's kids.
How many kids did David have with him?
4.
4 kids? And what about your sister? Was she there too?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was you, your sister, David's kids, David, and your mom were at your mom's house, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, your dad showed up, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, you said that your dad was beating on your mom. Was he hitting her with something?
Yeah, he hit her with the one with the gun.
With the what?
With the one with the gun.
Okay. Do you know how many times he hit her?
Like 5 times.
At some point, did he stop?
And only when my mom walked the gun out of his hand.
So after the gun was knocked out of his hand, do you know if he ever got it back? Your dad ever got the gun back?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, and what happened when you got it back? Can you say, Pedro, can you move your hands from your mouth so I can hear you? Can you repeat that for me, please?
He back to the state, but he didn't bring the gun, he just, said good night to me and my sister. But I'm not sure if he brought a gun or not, but I don't remember. He said good night to me and my sister. Because we were watching a TV show in our mom's room. And he said good night to us, and then we heard screaming, like yelling, and arguing on the phone. And right there, he started getting aggressive. And my said, stop, I'm running. And right there, he bolted out the door. And he said, no, I'll lose my career.
Now this, what you just told me right now, this is on a different day than the day that your dad hit your mom with the gun, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. I want to go back to the first day again. When your dad was hitting your mom, did you, at any point, did you say anything to him? What did you say to your dad? You asked him to stop? All right. So on the other day where the police came to the house, do you remember that? And do you remember when it was that?
Judge, I'm gonna object.
I'm sorry, buddy. You said but I just want to make sure. What you just said, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, so you remember when the police were at the house, right? Do you remember when the police took your mom?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you remember about that, about them taking your mom?
So, me and my sister, well, actually, I woke up to screaming from outside, and I woke up my sister, and I told her, do you hear that? And she says, yeah. So we go and see what the noise was, and we see our mom, and then the police officers are putting her in handcuffs. And they're saying that my mom is saying I didn't do anything wrong, and they're just taking her away and telling her to be quiet. So they put her on the car, and she starts like screaming at us, and so she starts screaming at me and my sister. She says, "Oh, they're gonna take me away, guys." And me and my sister, we get scared, and then the police officer says, "You want to see my cop car?" And my sister says, "Yeah, sure." So we go and we're walking to this cop car, and we get in, and he says, "Is it cool?" And we say, "Yeah." And then he let us play with the light, but then he has to go back inside. The police officer go out the side and go very long.
Okay. Now, before this happened, had your mom put you and your sister in a bedroom? Is that a yes? Say that again?
Yes.
Okay. Did she lock you guys in?
Okay, what he just said was that the night of the shooting, she was screaming she didn't do anything, and then she looked at them and was fussing at them, and then said to them that, "Oh, they're gonna take me away from you." And then him and his sister got upset, and then the cop asked, "Do you want to sit in my cop car?" And they said yes.
Bedroom?
Yeah.
I have a very important, serious question for you.
He said, "I got a really important, serious question for you." He had just asked, "Did she lock you in the bedroom?" They said yes. Then he said, "I've got a really important, serious question for you."
I need you to tell the truth, all right? Do you know how to
Hold on. And he said, "I need you to tell the truth, all right?" Let me back it up just a little bit.
Put you and your sister in the bedroom? Is that a yes? Say that again?
Yes.
Okay. Did she lock you guys in the bedroom?
Yeah.
I have a very important, serious question for you. I need you to tell the truth, all right? Do you know how to unlock the door when your mom locks you in the bedroom? Okay.
He said, do you know how to unlock the door when your mom locks you in the bedroom? And he said, yes.
You figured out how to do that, I guess. All right, thank you, Pedro. Those are all the questions I have for right now. All right, thanks.
That's all the questions he asked.
Sorry, buddy. You just nodded a moment ago. Is that a yes?
Yes.
I have to ask you this stuff because the court reporter is writing everything down, so I need to hear the word yes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Very good.
You can cross.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? I just have a couple questions for you, okay? Do you know why you're in court today? Why are you in court today?
He said, do you know you're in court today? Pedro said, and then he said, why are you in court today? I'm going to back it up just a little bit because I stopped at like a cutoff.
You just nodded a moment ago. Is that a yes?
Yes.
I have to ask you this stuff because the court reporter is writing everything down, so I need to hear the word yes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Very good.
You can cross.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? I just have a couple questions for you, okay? Do you know why you're in court today? Why are you in court today? To get your mom out of where she is right now? Do you know where she is?
Okay. He said, do you know where you're at today? Do you know why you're in court today? Pedro said, and then he said, why are you in court today? And he said, to get my mom out of where she is right now.
Right now? When your dad lived or wasn't on the road, he was a trucker, right? Can you hear me?
When your dad was living, he was a trucker, right?
Your dad was a trucker, right?
Yeah.
And when he wasn't home, when he wasn't on the road, he lived with you, right?
I never didn't live there.
What do you mean by that?
He didn't live there.
So he said when he wasn't on the road driving, he lived with you, right? And then Pedro said, well, he didn't really live there. The prosecutor said, what do you mean by that? And Pedro said he didn't really live there.
He lived in his truck.
He lived in his truck.
Yeah, when he wasn't
But he would come and visit me and my sister.
in his truck, he would stay at your house, right? Is that a yes?
Stay at his mom's house.
Okay. Do you remember?
He said when he wasn't living in his truck, he would come and live with you. And then Pedro said yes, but also said he would stay at his mom's house.
You were talking to me yesterday. Do you remember telling me something different yesterday? Do you? I'm asking you. I can't answer for you.
So he said, do you remember me talking to you yesterday? Did you tell me something different yesterday? And Pedro said, what? And then the prosecutor said, I can't answer that for you. You have to answer it. And he just said,
And you live with your grandma right now, right?
He said, you live with your grandma right now, right?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, remember my friend from yesterday with the long hair? You need to make sure that we get everything on the record, okay? And you live with your grandma, right? And
he's reminded him to actually say yes so they can get everything on record. He said, again, you live with your grandma.
Your grandma wasn't there when your dad hit your mom, right?
Your grandma wasn't there when your dad came home, right? And he said no.
You talk to your grandma about once a week about what happened, right? So yes? And sometimes you
He said, you talk to your grandma about what happened about once a week, right? And Pedro said yes.
forget about what happens up there, right? And when you forget about that day, your grandma tells you what happened, right? Even though she was.
Okay, so, and you forget about what happened that day sometimes, right? And he said, yeah. And when you forget, your grandma tells you what happened that day, right? And he said, yes. And when you forget.
Wasn't there, right? Okay, no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Your grandma tells you what happened. Now we're redirecting.
Hey, Pedro. So, when we're doing this trial process, I ask the questions first, then Alex asks questions, and now I get to ask the questions again, so that's why I'm doing this again.
He explained to him why he's able to come back up and ask him questions again. He's basically explaining the redirect to him.
You said that you talked to your grandmother, or your grandmother talks to you about what happened, right?
You said you talked to your grandmother about what happened, right? Yes.
Now, I want to be clear.
Now, I want to be clear.
Everything that you told us here today, is it
Everything you told us here today, is it
something that somebody else told you to say, or is this what you remember?
Is it something somebody else told you to say, or is this what you remember? Dang it. Pedro said, this is what I remember.
Okay, so.
This is what I remember because something, I couldn't catch the middle, told me to tell the truth.
When you were asked a moment ago about your grandmother correcting you, what are we talking about when you said that?
So when you were asked a moment ago about your grandmother correcting you, referencing that when he doesn't remember everything correctly, his grandma tells him what happened that night, he's asking him what he meant by that. I mean, yeah, that's what I thought, but Abraham pointed out that the defense has to prove their case, I think. So it's not? I don't know.
Like, I would say something wrong, like, and she would say, oh, that's not how this is what happened.
Can you give me an example?
So he said, when I don't remember it right and I talk about it and I say something wrong, she says, oh, that's not how it happened. This is how it happened. And the defense attorney says, now, can you give me an example? He said, I remember my grandma saying something, but she didn't say that. He said something, but I remember I remember my mom shot my dad twice or something. I think that's what he said. I'm not exactly clear. Something about mom shot dad twice, but it was only once.
So you thought that your dad tried to shoot your mom twice?
So you thought your dad tried to shoot your mom twice?
But it was only once, right?
But it was only once, right? Okay. I'm glad he reiterated. I doubt that he remembers much of what happened. You got to think, number one, they were locked in the room. Number two, trauma response. Who is frying chicken? Nobody. It might be my AC, though. Let me turn it off. The kids are running water in the kitchen. I think they're washing dishes. Especially if he's been told to lie. Yep. I hate that kids have to go through this too. Could be in the courtroom as well. It might not even be me. I don't know.
He missed.
But he
And you
missed.
saw that happen, right?
And you saw that, right?
You remember what it sounded like when he fired the shot?
You remember what it sounded like when he fired a shot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you describe it for me?
Can you describe it for me?
Okay.
He said it wasn't like it was like boom.
All right. Thank you for answering my questions. And listen, for whatever it's worth, whatever happens, you're going to be just fine.
And he said, for what it's worth, whatever happens, you're going to be just fine.
You believe me?
You believe
Good.
me?
All right. Thanks,
Yes,
brother.
good.
Okay, so you're gonna have to get him off the Zoom. If the jury can please go back into the jury room. Thank you.
All right, to the jury.
Somebody's coming to the stand. Oh, Lord, hold on. Hold on, y'all.
Alright, jury's back there. Okay, so he's off the Zoom. You're not planning on calling any other witness?
No.
Alright, Ms. Link, I think the only other witness that you and your defense wanted to call is David Perez. We talked about it this morning. He's not here. He's not planning on being here. So at this stage, I gave today as the deadline for the defense to call their witnesses. Is there anybody else that you wanted to call besides David Perez? No, ma'am. And are you satisfied with the attorney's questions? I'm sorry, with your attorney's questions of DJ? All right. Okay, so state you have two witnesses for rebuttal.
Yes.
So we'll come back, they'll rest in front of them, and we'll just go into the rebuttal case. And I'll let the jury know that they are going to hear from state witnesses for rebuttal. And you said that you had two, correct?
Yes.
It's Sergeant Cruz and Cremesini?
No, Sergeant Cruz. Detective Cruz is outside, but he's not testifying. It's Sergeant Cremesini and Detective Angel Wilson.
Okay, we're going to hear two sergeants testify from the from the prosecution as a rebuttal. Brenda, I don't know why it's not highlighting. It says, I thought she shot him outside. Blood was from the bushes to where he dropped, right? It was. I think Pedro is referencing the shot that she just brought up earlier today, that he fired a shot earlier in the day or like a few minutes before she shot him. And that's referencing where he tried to shoot her. And we asked, like normal true crime investigator people would, armchair sleuths, if you will, did anybody check the firearm to see if it had been fired twice? Nothing on that yet. So, don't know. You better not be asking for a turkey baster for Christmas, said Abraham. Ain't nobody going to give it to you, fertile myrtle. Lorianne said, I got a few weeks of low electric bills. Heat will be needed soon. I love to leave my windows open in the spring and summer.
It sounds like we're gonna end early again today. And if that's the case, then
Straight into closing
tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be my
Right.
preference as well.
And I'll get you all a draft copy of jury instructions. I mean, obviously you can raise your judgment of acquittal, I'll hear from you, and then we'll just take it from there, but, since we're just overall planning, tomorrow will be closings as well as, so I do jury instructions, closings, and then,
Okay, so they said sounds like today they're going to end early again, but they're going to do jury instructions tomorrow. So tomorrow will be closing arguments. She'll send the jury off and they'll deliberate, and we'll be on verdict watch after closing arguments tomorrow.
The deliberations.
Just for planning purposes, tomorrow, should the jury come back with a guilty verdict, there is a page 2 that we need to do as well. I can send a proposed copy of jury instructions that have been used in the past for that.
Please do that.
Yeah.
And then you have the certified copies of the judgments and sentences.
We have, what I believe we need to prove, our verdict.
So it sounds like I'll take a 20-minute break if they come back guilty on something, and then we'll discuss it then.
Yeah.
But we'll at least, me and Mr. Tomas will have those proposed jury instructions. And like I said, I'm gonna give you all jury instructions on my end. All right, I'm gonna bring the jury back.
All right, to the jury.
Oh, y'all are so sweet. They are so noisy. That girl yesterday, the bracelet was playing the damn thing. I was like, God almighty, girl. My video is recording this whole time. It's only at 41%. It is a small courtroom. It's weird for Miami-Dade
All
County.
right, all 9 jurors are accounted for, all lawyers are present, as well as Ms. Link. Okay, Mr. Tomas, is there anything, I'll be seated, thank you. Is there anything else that you wish to present?
No, Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
All right, folks, so the defense has rested. If the state wishes to put on a rebuttal case, they're allowed to do that. So I'll ask the state if they're going to put on a rebuttal case.
Yes, Judge, at this time, the state calls Detective Wilson to the stand.
Detective Wilson.
Wilson?
Yeah, Wilson.
Oh, wow, Rosie.
No, over here, sorry. Jeanette?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can come around here. Watch your step up.
It is, Miss North.
Good afternoon, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Detective Angel Wilson,
Detective Wilson, what department do you work for?
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
A little under 21 years.
And what assignment are you currently assigned to today?
The Homicide Bureau.
Back on June 25th, 2022,
good,
what was
Rosie.
your
How are you?
assignment?
I was assigned to the Special Victims Bureau within the Domestic Violence Unit.
Now, do you know the defendant Daisy Link in this case?
Do I know her? No, I do not.
Did you ever come into an interaction or were you ever present with her when she was at the station on June 25th, 2022?
Yes,
Who was present at the station at that time?
Detective Jr.
Why were you at the station?
So in homicide, they have like a ride-along type of thing that they allow you to do if you are slated to come over to homicide or if you have interest in becoming a homicide detective, kind of like a shadowing program.
So you were shadowing?
Yes.
Were you shadowing anyone in particular?
So essentially, I was shadowing on a different squad, Sergeant Goldberg's team. However, Sergeant Waite's team at the time had got a fresh case. So I went over to go watch the interrogation.
Okay, and who was at the interrogation? Who did you go watch?
So Detective Cruz and Detective Janoris.
Was the defendant Daisy Link there with them?
Yes.
Now,
I think any of Daisy's friends would probably end up unintentionally hurting her testimony. That is a good ombre effect in her hair, isn't it?
did there ever come any time where you and the defendant were together at any point?
Yes.
Please explain.
So in one incident, I believe I assisted with putting cuffs on the defendant for the purpose of either the bathroom and or fingerprints. And I also went with Detective Janoris to do to take her to get fingerprinted as well as to use the ladies' room.
So let's talk about when you went to go with her to get fingerprinted? Who was there with you as well as the defendant? Was there anyone else there?
Just the individuals that work in that area.
So who did you go with besides the defendant to go fingerprint?
Oh, I'm
her?
sorry, Detective Norris.
Okay. Was she there the entire time with you?
Yes.
Okay. When she went to get fingerprinted, did you say anything to her?
No.
Did she say
Not that I
anything to
recall.
Sorry, go ahead. Did she say anything to you?
No, not that I recall.
All right, let's talk about the incident. You said you also went with them to the bathroom.
Yes.
Was Detective Janoris with you the entire time as well?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And what happened at the bathroom?
Detective Janoris and I were having a conversation. She was asking me where do I work, and I told her that I worked in the DV unit, and we talked about possibly taking a previous class together because she looked familiar to me, and so I was trying to figure out where I knew her face from.
When you guys were having this conversation, where was the defendant?
In the bathroom stall.
So is this a conversation that she overheard?
Possibly, since she was in the restroom with us.
What happened when she came out of the bathroom stall?
She asked me, or alluded to me being a domestic violence detective, or asking me was I.
Okay. And what did you respond?
I told her that I was.
Okay. And anything else that she asked or you said to her?
She proceeded to talk about being like a victim of domestic violence.
And what did you say to her?
That she needed to talk to them about that she needed to talk to them, meaning the detectives, the homicide detectives.
Did you try to continue that interaction that she was trying to get you to speak to you about?
No.
Did you at any point discuss anything else with her?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
Hello.
Hello.
So Ms. Link told you she was a victim of domestic violence and you directed her to speak to somebody else, correct?
Essentially, yes.
Was Detective Janoris in the same room when this happened?
She was within the bathroom.
Okay, is it a big bathroom, a small bathroom?
Depends on what it's a public bathroom, so it's like a 3-stall bathroom on the second floor of the office.
Now, you accompanied them for Ms. Link to get her fingerprints taken, correct?
Yes.
Where is the fingerprinting station in relation to the bathroom that you all were in?
Down the hall on the first floor. And so, okay, the bathroom is on the second floor across from the homicide office.
Right.
Her interview was conducted in the robbery office, which is across the hall from homicide, but just a little bit further down. So then we walked her downstairs to the elevator to this first floor so she could get fingerprinted.
So you are, right now, currently, you are a homicide detective.
That's right.
But back
Abraham, I always wanted to get into that. Lorianne, are you asking me if I do the cocaine? No, ma'am, not anymore. Talking about snow? We got some last year, but not a lot.
back in June of 2022, you were a domestic violence detective.
That's right.
And in fact, you said that in the bathroom in front of Detective Janoris when Ms. Link talked to you. You said, it was said that you were a homicide, domestic violence detective.
I was
right?
talking to Detective Janoris when I said that. I was
Okay.
answering Detective Janoris's question.
Okay. So there's no question, in your mind at least, Detective Janoris knew that you were a domestic violence detective at that moment.
That's correct.
Okay. And you accompanied Detective Janoris to have Daisy Link fingerprinted, correct?
Yes.
Did you accompany her on the way back for Daisy Link to sit in the interview room?
Yes, I accompanied her back to the robbery office.
Okay. Other than Detective Janoris, was there anybody else there with Daisy Link during that process that we just talked about?
The process has been going to get fingerprinted and coming back, going
Yes,
and
ma'am.
coming back.
Yes, ma'am.
Not that I recall, besides the people who work in the fingerprint office.
Is there a department procedure that you all are supposed to follow when you're escorting somebody in custody to get their fingerprints taken?
Procedure. You have anything specific regarding the procedure?
Well, I don't know if you remember, you and I spoke on Monday, right?
Correct.
So what I'm talking about is, as far as when you're taking somebody to get fingerprinted, is there something you're supposed to do? Is it supposed to be two people escorting her? Can one person escort her? How does that work?
There's usually at least two. Sometimes there's more, depending on if the person's combative or whatnot. I've seen more than two though, but at least two.
Okay, all right. So you were, even though you were shadowing, you were asked to accompany for that purpose, correct?
Yes, I'm essentially still a police officer / detective.
Now, as a homicide detective, as part of your investigation, it's important to make notes of things and document as much as possible so that you have a full picture and so that the investigation is complete, correct?
Yes.
And part of that is listing all officers who take part in the investigation, correct?
Somewhat, correct.
Like, for example, if you're at a crime scene, isn't there a list where all officers are supposed to document, getting to the crime scene, leaving the crime scene, what they did on the crime scene, things of that nature?
I think you're referring to like a crime scene log. Our department doesn't use a crime scene log. The officer who responds initially will document what other officers was dispatched, and it'll be listed in the report, but there's no actual log that we use.
And other than documenting who's involved with what in the investigation, there are many reasons for that, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. One of the reasons is you want to have a thorough and well-documented investigation, right?
Yes.
And you also have certain obligations that you need to turn over to the state attorney's office, which they in turn need to turn over to defense of the person being charged. So that plays into everything as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why it was that you were not listed as a person somewhat involved in this case until this past?
Speculation.
I'd like to finish my question, please. Do you know why it is that you were not listed as a person having information on this case until 3 days ago?
No, I wouldn't know.
Oh, you can answer.
No, I wouldn't know why another person didn't do something.
So you would agree that you should have been listed from the beginning, correct?
I've also not listed in some of my reports before. It could have been human error that you forgot to list it
Human error is inevitable, right?
at some point in time.
But would you agree that the correct thing in this case would have been to list you and list what your role was in this case from the get-go, as it was done with every other office? Yes?
I don't.
You're not sure?
I don't think it's definitive yes or definitive no. I can see where you're coming from, but I know from other investigations that I've been a part of, whether I was the lead or not, that every single person is not listed in a detective's report. It depends on the role that they played in the investigation. If they have no investigative, they didn't do anything substantial in the case, then they're not necessarily listed in my report. They may be listed somewhere else. Me as in the detective, it may be listed somewhere else, like the dispatcher may have them in the audit trail that they responded to, something along those lines.
But it would be listed somewhere, right? So would you agree that it was not correct for it not to be listed anywhere and for no notice to be given about your involvement until we are midway through a trial? That's not the right way to do it, correct?
I can't say I agree with you wholeheartedly.
I understand. No further questions. Thank you.
See if there's any redirect.
Detective Wilson, were you involved in any way in this investigation?
No.
Back on June 25th, 2022?
No, I was not.
Did you do anything substantive with this case?
No, I did not.
Were you involved in any collection of evidence?
No.
Were you involved in any speaking to the defendant during interrogations?
No.
What, if anything, were you doing at that interview or in that office that day?
I was shadowing, observing.
Okay. Now, we were also asked about homicide detectives and DV detectives. Can you please explain to the jury how is it that DV detectives get involved versus homicide detectives?
So essentially, if you have a case where there's a report of like domestic violence, whether it's a simple battery or an aggravated battery, or even like an attempted murder, but it's related to like a domestic incident, a domestic violence detective would respond. If the person is expected to survive, that would be completely a domestic violence detective. The road officer will call the Special Victims Bureau. We would screen the call and determine if we need to respond or if we will come out later. But as far as homicide being involved in a domestic case, the person would have had to sustain life-threatening injuries where the doctor is deeming that the person is not expected to survive. Then at that point, I would brief the homicide detectives and then they would take over the investigation. If the person did not have, if they were expected to survive their injuries, it would never go to homicide. So essentially only a DV detective would respond, homicide would never respond.
So in this case, because a person didn't survive, would there have been a DV detective?
No, unless they were transported and they were still viable at the time.
Okay. And any other interaction that you had with the defendant besides that you mentioned earlier?
No, not that I recall.
Did you try and shut down the conversation that was being said to you at that time?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
You can step down. Any other rebuttal witnesses?
State Law Sergeant Kermesini.
Sergeant Kermesini. Come around. Right here. It's only been a few days, but might as well. You swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth? Thank you. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind just reintroducing yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, my name is Sergio Cremesini.
And can you remind them where you work?
The Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, Homicide Bureau.
And can you remind me what your involvement in this case is?
I conducted a cellular cell phone examination.
And do you recall whose cell phone you extracted?
It was an individual identified as Daisy Link.
Now, I want to ask you a handful of specific questions. Technology. Is it ever changing or is it pretty stagnant?
It changes, at least in regards to cell phones.
When it comes to cell phone technology and extracting the cell phone technology, can you tell us a little bit about the technology change over time?
In regards to obtaining the information or processing the information?
Both.
So there can be updates into what exactly, like which specific devices are available that we can conduct an examination. And then on the processing side, there is updates that are generally done that can yield additional or new information.
Now, in 2022 versus now, is the technology that is able to extract and read the data on a phone better?
So as it relates to the device in this case, the technology that extracts the information, or pretty much copies it from the device, is the same. However, the processing part of the software has been updated.
Okay, would you say it's better?
It essentially interprets or provides a little bit more data than what it initially does, yes.
Okay, now I want to focus on a handful of things, but you extracted this phone in 2022, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you also do it more recently than that?
I didn't do an additional extraction, but I did do an additional processing of the actual extraction file. Yes.
Sorry to cut you off. Can you just explain to the jury what that means a little bit?
Sure. So if an easy way to think of it is if you were to take the data from a cell phone that's obtained during a forensic extraction, consider that a library. And within a library, you have different sections and different books in all the different sections of the library. What the updates to these softwares do is that if we were to hypothetically think that in 2022, all the books that we were able to read were in English and Spanish, and then as time progresses, the ability to interpret new languages is obtained, which is pretty much how that technology evolves. So it doesn't provide new information that wasn't there to begin with. It just allows for the ability to essentially interpret beyond what it initially did.
And you reinterpreted the data from that extraction?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury again what hash marks are?
So a hash is essentially, it's like a digital fingerprint that you can conduct on a file. It could be a file, it could be a folder. And pretty much if anything within that file changes, then that value for that hash is going to be different, letting you know that the actual contents are not the same.
Did you verify those hashes from the 2022 reading of that data versus when you did it a few weeks ago?
So the hash of the original extraction is the same. Are you asking in relation to a specific file, or?
I will in a minute.
Okay.
But the actual data was the same, is that correct?
Yes, that initial, so to speak, copy of the library, that has a hash value as well, and that is the same and has not changed.
Now, specifically to, and what I have up, I'm going to ask you to sit down in a moment, videos on the defendant's phone from June 1st of 2022 up and through the incident date of June 25th, 2022. Were you able to confirm that the same data that was on this phone was the same as 2022 as it was in 2025?
Yes, so I compared the hash values because aside from there being a hash on the overall library, there's also a hash that's assigned to each individual file.
I'm sorry, continue.
So I did a comparison of the hash values that were generated in 2022 and then compared it to the hash values now. And yes, all of those videos are the same.
Okay, if permission for the witness to sit down?
Yes.
If you don't mind coming down here. Can you just remind the jury what actually we're looking at here?
So this is going to be one of the softwares, essentially the report that's generated with the data from the phone.
Okay. Can you do me a favor and just publish to the jury the created date right there?
June 18, 2022.
Just go forward. And the next date?
June 22nd, 2022.
The next date?
June 24th, 2022.
And again, it's June 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Thank you. Have any further questions?
You can have a seat. Let's see if there's any crosses.
I don't have any questions.
You can step down.
That would be cool, curious. It'd have to be after I moved, though.
All right, State, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're resting on your rebuttal case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so both sides have rested. Lisette made you coffee anyway and snacks, so we'll just take it back there. Feel free to take us whatever you want home if you want. If you want the little shot of colada, go for it. We're gonna end early for today. So we'll come back tomorrow. We're technically a day early of schedule, so I anticipate in the normal course of a trial, we would conduct closing arguments today and deliberations. Prior to that, I would give you the jury instructions. So I'm gonna work with the lawyers and just link on those jury instructions. For the most part, they are prepared essentially right before the case ends. That's the best way to be thorough, so that's what I'm gonna do today and tomorrow morning. We'll plan on a 2-hour morning session tomorrow. So from 10:30 to 12:30, I will provide you lunch tomorrow. And if all goes according to the way trials usually go, you all will have lunch and deliberate around the same time. So we'll plan on that. So please have a heavy breakfast so that if we're together from 10:30 to 12:30, we may not break until 12:30, we may not break until 1. So we'll just plan on a heavy breakfast. We'll get you your lunch orders in the morning. That way we're not ordering for you as you deliberate. Please remember my instructions about not doing any research about this case, not speaking about this case with anyone I know you've heard a lot of evidence, and I'll remind you what we talked about on day 1 and 2. You should not form any fixed opinions until you have heard the argument of the lawyers, as well as my instructions on the law. You now have all the evidence that the lawyers have put in front of you. There's no other evidence for you to decide. For you to hear. You may get tempted to think about what your verdict is going to be. Please resist those temptations and follow the court's instructions. You've also interacted from the witness stand with a lot of witnesses. If you see them lingering in the hallway or your family members, lawyers, this link, please ignore them. They're supposed to ignore you. If you find out of any violations or if a violation happens to you, please inform me and please inform Umberto. So we're just going to the jury room for a few minutes. Feel free to enjoy the coffee, and then Umberto will come get you in about 10 minutes or so. If you're ready beforehand, knock on the jury room, and Umberto will come get you before then. Thank you.
All right, so the jury.
I think that's it for the day, though. Yeah, that's it. They stopped screaming it. Like it's over. Oh, hold on. Hazel, stop.
We're asking for manslaughter.
All right, they're asking for manslaughter. Are they asking for it as well?
I'm not, they're asking for it as well.
I think the way it works is it should be a category 1.
It is.
Hazel,
and if it's not, there hasn't been enough evidence for me to consider that.
Okay, here we go. This is where we could find out if they're going to make a lesser charge. I didn't tell you.
They're all in there.
Abraham and Curious Christine, I would love to do that. I would love for y'all to send me stuff to do a giveaway, and maybe I could do a giveaway too, but I will have to do it once I move. So once I move and get kind of settled in, I plan on getting a P.O. box, like in case anybody ever wants to send anything, because I've been asked about that a couple of times. And then once I do that, then we can do that. So probably like maybe November, we could do a Christmas giveaway. That would be cool. Like, maybe early December, or like the beginning of December, we could do a giveaway, like a Christmas giveaway. That would be super cool. Okay, so this is where they're going to talk about like lowering the charges or whatever. Let's see what they say.
You might as well talk about some preliminary matters such as jury instructions.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool.
Is anyone asking for a lesser?
We're asking for manslaughter.
All right, they're asking for manslaughter. Are they asking for it as well?
I'm not, they're asking for it as well.
I think the way it works is it should be a category 1.
It is.
And if it's not, there hasn't been enough evidence for me to consider that. So, barring me finding case law otherwise, it's coming in. The self-defense instruction, you're asking for a defense.
Yes, ma'am. 3.6F.
I didn't know the standards.
So the prosecution's pretty much given up at this point because the judge kept shutting him down so very much that he's just like, he gave up on the murder too, and it's going with manslaughter, which is what we thought from the beginning.
Just look up something real quick.
I don't know if it's,
justifiable use of the.
I don't know if it's that one, but
there's some stuff that doesn't apply, so we need to really pull up.
You made a big deal about a burglary. Are you asking for?
Oh yeah, that would be.
You're not asking just for self-defense instruction. You're asking for an additional instruction on the victim burglarizing or attempting to burglarize your home.
Well, it's part of 3.6, Judge. It's, I'll read it. Daisy Lynn was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent A, imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another, or B, the imminent commission of a burglary or kidnapping against herself or another.
You said it's
3.6F.
Oh, that's cool, Brenda.
Okay, I see. It says give A or B and you want both, right?
Correct.
And am I inserting the applicable felony being what?
I believe that the applicable forcible felonies that the jury could find were imminent are burglary and kidnapping.
As to the kids?
Yes.
I don't think there's any evidence of that.
Let me just ask you, I'll get you to state, is it attempted burglary or burglary? I'll look at it and then if it needs to be.
Well, the belief is that a burglary was going to be committed imminently. And the testimony was he was running to barricade himself inside the house.
Okay, state, you mentioned something about kidnapping, no evidence.
There's zero evidence of that. The defendant testified, she never said she was in fear for her kids. She never thought that he was going to pick them up and them, anything like that. There's for kidnapping, I forget all the elements off the top of my head. One of them is committing a crime, it's a false imprisonment plus a crime, or a felony, excuse me. There's no evidence of that. And then the other one is terrorized. There's no evidence of that either. So, I think personally, I think burglary is a stretch, but, it is what it is. I don't really have a strong objection there. Kidnapping, I don't really think that there's anything.
So, Judge, he was asked to leave. He didn't have a right to be in the house. There's been evidence of that. He indicated to her he was going to force himself into the house, lock her out. Her kids were in there. He did not have traditional custodial rights to the kids, so that a reasonable juror could find that a kidnapping was imminent. So that's why I believe she.
I don't know who she's mouthing at. Probably one of her family or family members in the gallery. Debbie, it's good to see you and thank you for being here and thank you for popping in.
No,
Are you able to pull up the kidnapping 9.1? Okay, they're ready to go. So why don't we just yeah, bring them up.
Maybe talking to her attorney.
All right, folks, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
And that's going to be the end of it. I think we'll let it play out so we can watch it in just to make sure.
All right,
so
if you look at 9.1 kidnapping.
Oh, we're live.
At least your vice threat.
Well, they ended it. Oh my God, y'all. So they're going to go with manslaughter. I think she'll get convicted of manslaughter. And I think that the prosecution said that just because they weren't allowed to, like, even hardly present a case, in my opinion. Like, that was insane to me. Hey, Shelby. So tomorrow will be jury instructions and closing arguments. Crochet little gavels. That would be cute. My children do the little stuffed animals. I do stuff like I made beanies and I made this really big long cloak with like a hand warmer. It looks like Victorian, but it's red and green and it's got fur around the hood. It was for Christmas. That I do stuff like that and blankets. But I'm gonna figure out something and we can do like a big giveaway to like either one person or several different people at Christmas. That would be super cool. Miss King of Anything says, watching these trials, you can really see how much power the judges have. I don't think homicide is the right charge, but she got a judge on her side. I agree. And I think that they're going to, like at the end, you saw the prosecution was like, just, I'm going with manslaughter. Like he had given up at that point. Debbie said, I agree, manslaughter. This judge was very biased against the state, unlike Cannon with the CW. Little Judge P. I have quite a few made, so if you let me know what kind you want or what design you like, I can see if I can have one done and send it to you. That would be super cool. What do manslaughter charges bring? Let's look it up. You 2 to 6 years, and considering that she has been in prison, or not prison, she's been in jail for 2 years already, she could walk. So it says, how much time would you get if you're charged with manslaughter in Florida? In Florida, the penalties for involuntary manslaughter can vary based on the circumstances of the case. Generally, the punishment is considered a felony, and the potential prison sentence can range from 2 to 6 years. The exact sentence will depend on factors such as the defendant's criminal history, the severity of the act, and any aggravating or mitigating factors present in the case. So considering that she could possibly be charged with manslaughter. I don't know if they're going to have like homicide 2 on there, and or you could drop it down to manslaughter. Either way, I think she'll get the manslaughter charge, but she might get 6 years, which means she would do 4 years in prison, and that would be the totality of her time unless she got out early for good behavior. They do. With this judge, you think it would be time served? For the bullet trajectory, manslaughter makes sense. Right, little bit, Elisa. The path of that bullet traveling, I genuinely don't think it was her intention. And the way she acted when we watched the body cam, I really don't think that that was her intention. I didn't see any when we pulled it up. Let me see if I can find it again in my email. But no, all I saw for this charge was sorry, the homicide. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on just a minute. Yep, here it is. So remember, she got the charge for arson. Or no, I'm sorry. Preventing or obstructing, stop jumping. Preventing or obstructing someone from extinguishing a fire in 2013. She was born in 1995. So she was 17 or 18 here. That was her first charge. Second time was in 2014, and it was possession of marijuana with intent to sell, distribute, basically selling weed within 1,000 feet of a school. I think she lived within 1,000 feet of a school. And then in 2015, she got battery on a police officer or corrections officer, child neglect, no great bodily harm, resisting an officer with violence to his person. So she probably punched an officer. Battery aggravated with a deadly weapon. She had a deadly weapon. And then the possession of marijuana with intent to sell or distribute within 1,000 feet of a school. And then this last time, she was charged with homicide 2nd degree with a weapon. But they were talking about the kidnapping and stuff, you know? Hey, Kim Gettle, good to see you. She is quite the chameleon. Travis Decker was quite the chameleon too. Like, I was like, he could fit in anywhere and hide out. Brenda, thank you so much for the super sticker. I greatly appreciate that. Oh, look at the little Nintendo jumping up and down. That is adorable. Thank you so much for that. I greatly appreciate it. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. She will offend again. Debbie said, well, 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 Daisy has a nice police record as well, doesn't she? She'll definitely offend again. It is. It's a cute sticker. I like that one. I've never seen that one before. It's absolutely adorable. Thank you so much, Brenda. It's your phone? AI told you up to 15 years? Oh, okay. I guess up to 15 years, depending on when you ask. So in Florida, manslaughter is classified as a second degree felony, which is punishable up to by up to 15 years in prison, along with the potential probation and a fine of up to $10,000. Literally, all I did was click on where I had typed it in earlier, and it said 15 years. I don't know why it did that. I'm gonna have to start clicking on it I mean, just to see if it changes, because that was insane how it changed. Let's try Daisy specifically. Doe. All of these are from 5 days, 4 days ago. All of the things like that. But the judge did refuse to drop the homicide charge. This was September 8th. And it says a Miami-Dade woman who made national headlines after mysteriously becoming pregnant while behind bars has been denied her request to have the homicide charge dropped. Daisy Link is facing second-degree homicide charges for the 2022 shooting death of her husband, Pedro Jimenez. She argues she was the victim of domestic violence, feared for her life, and killed in self-defense. In court records, Link described her marriage as tumultuous, filled with physical abuse. Her attorneys filed a motion to dismiss the case under Florida's Stand Your Ground law. But on Monday, Judge Lodi Jean denied the request, pointing to several pieces of evidence, including 911 calls, body camera recordings, and especially ring camera video from the night of the shooting. Ring camera video reviewed by the news shows Link holding what appears to be a firearm and walking away from the homicide, stating, I think I hit a major artery, you'll be fine. On Monday, Judge Jean stated that the ring video is a key piece of evidence that showed her in a calm and joking demeanor, which led to her denying the stand your ground claim. With her stand your ground defense denied, Link must now prepare for trial. Her attorney, Tony Thomas, said her children could be called to testify in support of her claims. She was planning on moving away. She changed her locks and then these other things to support her intent. He wasn't supposed to be there and he was doing something he wasn't supposed to do, which put her in fear. That's why those witnesses are important, said her judge. And then it talks about said her attorney, but then it talks about her getting pregnant in jail. It's interesting though to see how the judge basically didn't even let the prosecution present a defense or prosecute, and then to hear that she didn't let them drop the homicide charge either. You know what I mean? Little bit of Lisa said judge will take domestic violence as a mitigating circumstance and give a low sentence. You think so? You think it'll be time served? Dandy said that video of her walking away talking shit is going to screw her on top of the lies, in my opinion. I agree. What's a more comprehensible definition of mitigating circumstances? Hold on. I mean, I got the AI definition. Huh? Hold on. I don't understand. Oh, for my comment to drop the 100?
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Yeah, I don't know. Things that happen that might give a reason for her actions. Yeah. Drippy said, "Oh, I think she's going to get some time out of this." You think so? So it says mitigating circumstances are factors that lessen the severity of a person's actions or their culpability, often considered in legal context to argue for reduced penalties or sentences. In both criminal and civil law, mitigating circumstances are used to provide a context for a defendant's actions. They help the court assess the degree of culpability and can influence the severity of punishment or damages awarded. For example, a judge may consider mitigating factors when determining the sentence after a conviction, allowing for a tailored approach to justice that reflects the individual circumstances of the case. Some common examples would be age, mental health, lack of prior criminal record, or minor role in the crime. Mitigating circumstances can significantly affect the outcome of a trial. They may lead to less reduced sentences, such as probation instead of incarceration, or lower damages in civil cases. The presence of strong mitigating factors can sometimes even change the nature of the charges or the verdict. In summary, mitigating circumstances play a crucial role in the legal system by providing context that can lead to more equitable outcomes based on individual circumstances. They are essential for ensuring that justice is not only served, but also fair and proportionate to the actions of the defendant. Facts do not excuse. Okay. I'll try in Daisy Link's case, but I don't know. In the case of Daisy Link, the following mitigating circumstances have been identified. Absence of a prior criminal record. This suggests that the offense may have been an uncharacteristic act, which could lessen the defendant's culpability. It says role in the crime. Link's involvement in the crime was minor compared to the primary offenders, which may lower her blameworthiness, which doesn't make sense. The circumstances of the offense were influenced by significant pressure or threat from another, which could be considered a mitigating factor. So that one's acting under duress or coercion. That one could work. Link's age at the time of the offense, being 29, may impact her ability to fully comprehend the consequences of her actions. So age could be held to account, especially considering that she had the HVAC baby and she's not very mature from what it sounds like. Right. Getting pregnant in jail may have an effect. Mental or physical condition. Link's mental or physical condition at the time of the offense, such as a developmental disability or serious mental illness, could be a mitigating factor, and demonstrating remorse, such as cooperating with law enforcement or making restitution, could be a mitigating factor. So she did cooperate with the detectives by telling them where the firearm was, and they made sure to point that out. So they're going to try to use that more than likely as a mitigating circumstance. Sorry. I think the jury may be put off by her flat effect. She looks like she doesn't care enough. She needed to show remorse. I agree, but like the prosecution, I've never seen a case where the prosecution was like basically told to stand down so much. She said in one breath he was a violent addict, in the next breath that she took him into her home knowing he was high. You're absolutely right, Dandy. Now that I know the definition, I can tell you that Donald Adelson received no mitigating circumstances. She is still reckless. She is still reckless. Yep. Also, she went back and forth. What about what she did and what she was thinking? And although you get all messed up with PTSD with DV, it makes you look like a liar. I agree with that too. Miss North said he was beating her ass in front of others. That's next level when your abuser doesn't even have enough self-control to not beat you in front of other people. Usually abusive exes or tools don't do that. And I agree with that too. He was mighty brazen to be beating her ass like that in front of everybody. Wait until the jury hears the crazy after the trial. I know. Could you imagine? Could you imagine being on that jury and then like afterwards looking into it and seeing everything? Oh my God. Instead of her nose growing, her hair got frizzier the more she lied. I'm not defending her, but him being at her home where he was not supposed to be will carry a lot of weight with the judge. You think so? But she went and brought him there, you know? Sounds like I'm making light of DV. I'm not. Humor is how I cope. Oh no, you're good, Drippy, sweetheart. I don't know. With them adding manslaughter to it, I think she'll get convicted of manslaughter, and I think that she might do 4 to 6 years. I'd say it'll be 4 to 6 years will be her sentence. Manslaughter, 4 to 6 years. You know, that guy that got her pregnant through the vent doesn't really know who she is as a person, right? And can you imagine how she's going to be when she gets out about that baby? Going to see the baby, she's probably going to try to take custody from the grandmother. There's going to be infighting in the family. Man, you think the judge has bias? I do too. I genuinely do. Like, it was a trip watching her with that defense team. Don't worry, we get it. We are the same. And I, for one, love to troll the accused. We all try to have a good laugh. She picked him up stoned and then brought him beer. I mean, exactly. It don't get much more clear than that.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
I don't know. Well, her mother has the 2 older kids, so she'll probably get them back, and then she'll probably try to go for the baby. And I think she'll have a hard time. That grandma might be brokenhearted. I don't know. We don't know if she only brought that to keep him quiet. Bought that to keep him quiet. Kelly said, I just know if it were my ass, they would throw the book at me. I'm always shocked at how little time people get. Me too. I think that judge is a victim of DV herself. It wouldn't surprise me to learn that the way she was with her. That woman constantly putting her children into danger by bringing and allowing the father to come around. And is the judge or the jury going to take that into consideration, you know? If CPS isn't in it, she needs to have to jump through hoops for the kids. But you know, while she's been in jail, she's probably done parenting classes and all the things so that she can get her kids back. If she hasn't done them yet, she will in prison so she can get her kids back as soon as she goes home. Mrs. North says, so no one's ever felt like they didn't have much of a choice when your partner tells you to do something. I find that strange. He was the children's dad. If she didn't let him see the kids, he would have flipped. Yeah, but she already had an order stating that he could only see them once a month, supervised by the mom. So if you've already got that paperwork in place, why are you not following it? You know what I mean? I don't understand how the grandma is supposed to supervise the visits when she had moved to Georgia. And that, I mean, again, great point.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
I think CPS probably didn't know the grandma had moved. Prosecutor in closing has to go over and over that she invited him and brought him to the house. And it'll be interesting to see how that goes tomorrow. I agree the sentences are all over the place. Most of the times, the time doesn't crime, in my opinion. They don't ever seem to get very long anymore like they used to. Do you think Pedro Jr. has any say? I don't know if he will or not. He's not quite old enough to, but I think even if he did, he'd say he wants to go with his mom. You think she'll get 10 years? Oh, yeah, I forgot that we looked and it was about 15 years. I think she'll get, I don't know, 6 to 8, maybe. I forgot we looked and it was 15, maybe 6 to 8. Lord have mercy. Geez, that could be premeditated, just saying, after beating 5 days earlier. Her family went to Florida to get her. She was that fearful of him. Why not leave for Texas sooner? I'll cry her no rivers. Yeah. And he was supposed to be leaving for 2 months on the road. So, like, you would have had all the time in the world to pack up and leave. It's just a lie, but is the jury going to see it that way, you know? Some people get life sentences for very little, and others keep committing crimes and get 6 to 8 years, keep getting released and do it again. It's all over the place. It is, and it's sad. Oh, you're good, Mustang. You're good. It's sad. It really is. Why does the phone ring every time you read my chat? Then I miss whatever you said. I'm sorry, Kelly. Bias on judge's part. She will get lowest possible, honest, maybe 3 years. With time served and good behavior, she's out in 6 or less months. Wouldn't surprise me to see that happen. I don't think that would be fair either. I can see that happening in most DB circumstances, but in this particular case, I don't think she was the damsel in distress. She looks like the one who would smack him around. And I think she did. I think she did. Oh, God, I hope not, UTD. God almighty, let us pray that doesn't happen. Up to 15 years probation, and a fine up to $10,000. Yeah, so 10 years makes sense. I think she'll get 6 to 8 years, but 10 or under for damn sure. You don't think she was smacking him around? I don't know. I think she might have been an aggressor at one point, but not necessarily physically abusive. At some point, he became the physically abusive one, and I think she probably would have been too afraid to do anything at that point. But at one point, I see her being the type to run her mouth or say something and be verbally abusive, not necessarily physically abusive. No, I don't think she would have left for Texas, Kelly. I think it would have continued to be the toxic relationship that it was until somebody died. I don't think it'll be fair. He was supporting them, and she says that. She says that he goes and he works and he supports them, pays all the money. For a second-degree felony manslaughter, the mandatory minimum is 9.25 years. Do we know what kind of manslaughter yet? No. I don't know that she's going to get charged with manslaughter, but the prosecution just said, I'm going for manslaughter. Right? You tell them to wait. I heard Daisy's mom on the phone jail call. She sounded absolutely disgusted with her daughter, basically told her she was stupid and hung up on her. You can tell she's done. Yep. And that's why I think that even if I don't think she would have left for Texas. I really don't. The grandma moved because Pedro's dad was beating Pedro's mom, so she moved away. Really? I didn't see that. I think she was taking smack and talking smack and pissed him off, maybe. Right, exactly, Kelly. I think she liked the drama and was just as violent as he was to her. I don't think that she ever put her hands on him. I think she would have been afraid of him for that, but I think that she ran her mouth. I go with my instincts. Her attitude is in that video after she got him. It wasn't what women in genuine DB relationships act like. She walked away like I'm the boss, and what, in my opinion, I can see that. Aggravated manslaughter can be elevated to first-degree felony, but this wouldn't meet the bar. Yeah, I don't think so. People got smacked around from running their mouth. I'd be in big trouble. Me and you both. Me and you both. Because sometimes I say some shit that will piss somebody off. Like, I say shit to hurt people's feelings sometimes. If I'm arguing with them. I don't typically argue with people, though. And it takes a lot to get me to that point. I think we're about 3 years later, so she's going to get 3 year credit for time served, which is 3 years. So there's a slim, if the minimum's 9.25 years, then she could get about 6 years. But I don't know. We'll have to see what they say in closing arguments, and if what the jury decides, you know. I believe as of 2023, Florida has put in the law stand your ground. That means if you feel threatened in your own home or yard, you can use excessive force as in a gun. That just happened before. Yeah, the her attorney put in a motion to try to get it thrown out, the homicide charge thrown out under the stand your ground law, but it didn't qualify. Do you, Dandy? Well, drink one for me. You kept raising your voice. I wonder if in the video she didn't realize she had hit him or thought it grazed him, but afterwards realized she hit him and rendered aid and called 911. I think she genuinely didn't think it was that serious. I think she was talking shit and snarky when the bullet hit him or when she shot him. But when she realized what she had actually done, I think she freaked out. She called 911. She made a tourniquet. And then when he died, that was genuine upset and pain. But then her saying afterwards, oh, they're going to take your mommy away to the children as they're taking her to the police station. That pisses me off because you're getting the kids involved in something they shouldn't be involved in. They shouldn't be afraid of the police. My kid included in that statement. It can't be stand your ground with no proof, I think they said. Yeah, they didn't let them go for that. She didn't drop the homicide charge. We just read that article, Well, the video footage we saw was from the moment she shot him as she walked away. Yeah, it was. Mhm. I'm wondering if she was on substances in the moment. If not, she was definitely all adrenalined up. That's for sure. That's weird. That 11-year-old boy should not have been put up there. I didn't like that either. And when we read in that article, they were saying that he was going to have to because he witnessed the tumultuous relationship between Daisy and Pedro. Lord, these children gonna break my cups. That's what I think. In the video, she said, I doubt I hit a major artery. You'll be okay. That's what I heard. But they're all saying, I've hit a major artery. You'll be okay. That's why I don't think she meant to do it. I think she shot at the ground at first and didn't realize what had happened. I do too. I'm with you on that, Mrs. North. I agree. I don't think she ever intended to kill him, ever. And I wanted to know the whole trial, were they going to drop it down? And I wonder if the prosecution had been able to put up a better, questioning that if they would have dropped it down to manslaughter or if they'd have stuck with it, because that's the first time I've ever heard that happen either, where they make a lesser charge. And that was the prosecution directly saying we're going for manslaughter. I mean, and as much as they argued with the judge and tried some of that shit, they should have been able to allow in, like the jail call. That jail call should have been allowed in, where she's talking about if I had known that I could be looking at 25 years to life, I would have cut him up and put him all over Florida. That should have been allowed. There was a couple of times in this trial that the judge, I was like, whoa, like I had never seen anything like this judge. I thought Judge P was bad. And it's interesting to see the dynamic where it appears she is genuinely biased. She might have a soft spot for DV victims. And while she may be a DV victim, like I agree 100% with that, he should not be putting his hands on her at all. But I also feel like she took him to get the beer. She went to go pick him up. She was running her mouth. You can tell. Just like I run my mouth sometimes. Sometimes I run my mouth and I say some shit that's mighty cold-blooded. I see her being the exact same way in that aspect. I'm surprised with her high IQ of 17, she knows what an artery even is. She didn't graduate, that girl. I still think she's a loser, but Miss Sarah Boone would say, quote, not intentional. Right. It shows no remorse, exactly. And we see in the in the body cam footage, she seems very remorseful. She seems very upset that he's actually deceased. But then right after that, to say all that, nope. I think she meant to shoot close to him, but ended up actually shooting him directly. The medical examiner said, no way, that was a ricochet bullet. Yeah, I still feel like it could have ricocheted, but I don't think that she meant to shoot at him. I think she meant to shoot close to him, and it somehow got his foot. But I mean, even at getting his foot, you would never think it would hit an artery like that and he would bleed out. I think she likes to think she's all big and bad and brave, but I don't think she's like that in real life. You know what I mean? Yep. The shock wore off. Yep. And is she remorseful? I mean, she's obviously not matured, having HVAC babies and shit. I don't know. So tomorrow, let's talk about that before we go for the day. They're going to start at 10:30, and I think so are we, because I really am curious as to what's going to be said in these closing arguments. And we will go in the morning. We'll start at 10:30, listen to closing arguments, and then wait for the jury to deliberate. And we'll probably end the stream. When the jury is done deliberating and they come back, we'll go live again with the verdict. So we'll be on verdict watch after the first live stream tomorrow. So that's going to be the stream for tomorrow. And then we'll be watching for the verdict. If they come back with a verdict tomorrow, I'll go live again tomorrow. If not, then we'll go live on Friday, because they'll probably have it back by Friday. Right now, it is 4:15 here. So looking at one case, a DV victim only got 5 years for manslaughter due to the exceptional circumstances. And they had pictures of like her skull drippy, where it appeared to be, pretty messed up. To me, the bullet's trajectory is so far out there that it's got to be put in perspective. I think so. Now, this is where it warrants, and it wasn't intentional. She pointed in his direction. It's not rocket science. You never do that. And I agree, but she's so freaking immature. There should have never been a firearm in that house at all. I don't know. I would think they would have had to do a psych evaluation on her just to make sure she was able to go to trial, honestly. I would aim at the ground if I didn't mean to shoot anybody, but there shouldn't have been a firearm there at all. The HVAC, baby. Yeah. So it'll be about 9:30 for you then in the morning. In the morning, about 9:30. Laura Owens. I don't know that case. I wrote down some that y'all told me yesterday, and I'll look into it and see what I think. Let me write it down. Where's my pen? I'll look into it and see. Her skull was drippy. Yes, thank you for the support, everybody. I greatly appreciate it. Weirdest bullet since the magic bullet. Exactly, Abellis. Yep.
Boom, 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 bam.
That bullet trajectory was insane. It was insane. All right, y'all, I'm going to go for the day. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much for the support. I genuinely enjoy our time together every day. I could talk to myself for hours. I would be nothing without you guys. I really love our speculating family. I love y'all's perspective. I'm really interested in this trial, and I greatly appreciate y'all being here with us every day to talk about it and share your thoughts, opinions, and speculations on this case. Hey, well, the thing is, thank you for being a member for 4 months. That is so amazing. It's so sweet and so supportive of you. Well, the thing is, said good day, everyone. Good day, love. Good day, Eddie. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Abella said guns are manufactured specifically to commit a homicide. I agree. It's not rocket science. The examiner explained the bullet trajectory and how it ricocheted. It would have been less damage because the force of the ricochet would have been less. Okay. I got it. I got you. Thank you again. Well, the thing is, for sharing that milestone with us. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so very much for being a member and supporting us at the Speculating Family and Speculation Station for 4 months. You are amazing. Well, the thing is, talks mental health. I will attempt to drop the link when we leave out for the day. Has she ever fired a firearm before? That's a good question. She said she doesn't know much about it. Remember, they asked her, and she said she doesn't know much about firearms. Yeah, here we go. Hold on. Well, the thing is, talks about mental health. For some reason, somebody went up there with my freaking logo and was like, oh my God, showing some graphic shit. That is the one and only time that has ever happened. Oh, no, I know. I know that I don't have to, but I wanted to. So there is Eddie's link for his channel. Go sub up. If you go and check him out, he talks about mental health and they talk about lots of different topics. Very, very interesting. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for the support. I could talk to myself all day. I would be nothing without you guys. We will be back at 10:30 in the morning as we watch closing arguments and she gives jury instructions, and then we will be on verdict watch until they come back with a verdict. I'm real interested in where this is going to go. That was insane, wasn't it? They went, Abellis, they went up there and had my logo, and so he thought it was me, and they was like pounding it. Like, it was like, I was like, whoa, Nelly. I had to go up afterwards and like profusely, I was like, that wasn't me. And he knew it wasn't me, but it was like the only time that's happened. Rubber, good to see you. Thank you, love, for dropping in. Definitely go check out Rubber Ramada too. I will drop her link as well when we go out, do the outro. All right, y'all. I really am going to go this time. Y'all stay safe out there. 3:30 for UK people. Thank you for that. Okay. Drippy said lying's not going to help her though. Had she been forthright, lesser sentence in my opinion. I agree. I agree with that. All right, I'm going to drop Rubber Ramada's link in chat as we roll out. Make sure you go sub up to Well, the thing is, and Rubber Ramada when I drop their link. Stay safe out there. Know that you are enough. You are important. You are special and you are loved. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you so much. And until then, bye.